Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the seventh episode of Disability Discrimination Ban Starting Now. I am your host, Lindsay, and we have a very special episode because I am having my very first guest on the podcast. So, my first guest is one of my best friends from college, and I am very excited for you guys to hear what he has to say. Sam and I met in 2018 when we were both attending Beacon College and even had more than half of classes together. Now Sam is in graduate school, and I'm going to say it ahead of time, at Lynn University, and he wants to talk to you guys about some tips on how to get through graduate school with a learning disability. Welcome to the show, Sam.
Hi, Lindsay. I am very honored to be your very first guest here on this show. I really appreciate you asking me to take part of this because I'm very happy to be able to talk about my experiences and to share tips on how to be a successful graduate student as a student with learning differences. To let people know that there is definitely 100% hope to be successful even with a learning difference. It's just about having the right tools and resources, and we'll get into all of those.
Yes, so we of course went to college together, and we've talked about this multiple times. But do you remember when and how we met?
I think we met in class. I think it was one of our classes that were with our in our psychology human services major. I think we probably just met talking over the class, like how much we enjoyed the class. Um, I don't remember which class it was, but knowing us, I guarantee you it
It
was
was
probably
probably
either
a Dr. Nance
it
class.
was, yeah, I was thinking it was probably with a great professor at Beacon, Dr. Nance, and I think it was child and early adult development, one of the earlier classes.
Oh,
And
that
we
was the most interesting class, and you know what I'm referring to, but
Oh
not
yes, it
I'm
was.
not sure if everyone else wants to hear what we're talking about on a podcast.
Well, they can if they want individual details, they can certainly message us individually for that. But that's how we met. That's at least that's how I remember us meeting.
Yes, and I gave a brief introduction to you, obviously, but can you give our or my listeners a little more about you?
Yes, absolutely. So, like as Lindsay said, my name is Sam Shusko. I am a friend of Lindsay's. Like she said, we attended Beacon College together in Leesburg, Florida. Great school, by the way. And as she said, I attend Lynn University and I am getting my master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. I am in the summer of my first year and I've got 2 more years to go. And it has been an absolute amazing journey and I'm really learning a lot.
Well, that's great to hear. So, what is it like attending college, undergrad and graduate with a learning disability?
Beacon College is a college that is exclusively for students with learning differences. And so, when I started at Beacon, I knew very right off the bat that I would have all of the resources and support that I needed to help me be successful. Because as you know, as you may or may not know, if anyone who has a learning difference, such as ADHD, for example, um, you know, sometimes that causes people to struggle in school a little bit for various reasons. But what we do know is that having the right resources and support and accommodations available to you, you know, every student with a learning difference, in my opinion, is 100% of capable of being successful in achieving their goals, if that's what, whatever, if that's what they want to do.
Well, I agree with you 100% on that. And of course, we've really said this university's name a lot, but where is Lynn University located?
Lynn University is located in South Florida in a town called Boca Raton. It is near West Palm Beach in Fort Lauderdale in Miami, just to give a little context.
What is your favorite thing about Boca Raton?
Oh gosh, where to start? There's a few things. One, there's so many beaches. There are beaches nearby, like 10, 15 minutes. Any day at the beach is a great day for me. It's a great place to chill, just relax, not have to worry. Great de-stressor, which in self-care, which is very, I want to say that self-care in undergrad and especially grad school is very important. And that's one of the things in my program that they really emphasize to us is self-care and making sure that we're taking care of ourselves. Actually, we've had a few assignments involving like building a self-care plan and really kind of making sure that we're really encourage us to use that self-care plan and kind of check into it, see what's working, what's not working, etc.
Well,
I know I went on a tangent there, but
oh, that's okay. I haven't had very, very long episodes, so it's
Mhm.
nice to interview someone and it'll be longer because I think the longer the episode, the more they will learn.
Well, I just think that being able to talk about from my experiences, hopefully can give some insight as to what it's like. Obviously, everybody experience is different, but to kind of give a basic idea and to kind of encourage, anyone with a learning difference to not give up is really what I'm really trying to go there, is because you can do it. You've just got to put the effort in. And if it's something that you want to do, I know that you will do what you need to do to help you be successful. You'll work towards achieving your goals for sure.
1000%. So you explained what major you were getting your master's in clinical mental health. Can
Yes,
you
clinical mental health counseling.
counseling? So I understand what the major is and what it focuses on. But for the listeners that have not heard about clinical mental health counseling, can you kind of explain what the curriculum you're learning?
So pretty much obviously this program, clinical mental health counseling, they're training us to become counselors. And there's all different types of counselors. There's marriage and family therapists, which actually, because it's so broad, that's its own major because there's so much into marriage and family therapy. But that's its own major. But clinical mental health counseling, you have a lot of options with that. You do a lot of clinical work. Some of the things that we've learned so far in our program is we've learned cultural formulations, and those are basically they're basically kind of different kinds of assessments you would do, not really assessments, but kind of how different ways of conceptualizing a client. So like a cultural formulation just is basically answers the question, what role does cultural play in explaining someone's behavior? And I want to cite my Sperry and Sperry textbook for that, just in case. Never know who's listening, but I want to be sure and cite that book because that is where that's from. Um,
Well,
and
you should send me that citation so I can add that in there.
yes, I will send you that citation.
And
My professor
real,
will be very happy to know that.
real quick, Sam.
Yeah.
For any listeners that do not understand what a citation is, whenever you are in college and use like let's say National Geographic for paper, A citation is put at the end of the paper, basically showing everyone where you learn the information on and
Avoids
giving
plagiarism.
the website credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll definitely send you that citation. Um, and
And
the other, go
I'll
ahead.
be adding a citation in the description so you understand what I'm talking about.
And if you'd like to read more about it, you certainly can too. Another thing that we've done in our program this far is we've done case conceptualizations. I think I said that one right. It's a tongue twister. But basically, what those are is basically in counseling, we have different theories that they're basically different ways to help from different viewpoints to kind of explain someone's behavior. So we've got obviously many people know cognitive behavioral therapy. We've got family systems theory, which basically explains how does the family influence the client's symptoms. So and you use those different theories to kind of conceptualize the client and for treatment options. And so that's pretty much that's what a case conceptualization is where you conceptualize the client in different ways. So like things like predisposition, presentation, which basically are client, other things like that. But I wanted to say it in simple terms in ways where people will understand it.
And now I understand it a little
Mhm.
more too. So, obviously, going from undergrad to graduate, there are some big differences and a lot of adaptation you have to do. So, how have you adapted from Beacon to Lynn?
Well, so that's a great question, Lindsay. Beacon and Lynn obviously are two different schools, and obviously it's different when it comes to school versus undergrad school. Obviously, undergrad school, obviously your majors are a little bit more broad per se, like psychology. Take psychology or human services, for example. Those are a little bit more broad. There's a lot you can do with that. In grad school, your classes, you kind of are zoning in being a little bit more specific on what you're doing. And so the classes are really designed to really prepare you for your career. So like for example, clinical mental health counseling, that's obviously a lot more specific than just psychology per se. And obviously the classes that I'm taking are training me to become a counselor. So that's a big difference. Another thing about grad school is grad school, in a way, it's kind of like a job, but also isn't. And the reason why I say that is because when you're in grad school, you spend a lot more time on your studies than you do as an undergrad. So that's why I say it's kind of like a job. It's not it kind of not, and I'm not here to try to deter or scare anyone, but that's just how grad school is. And so you spend a lot more time studying, and because again, you're using this is really preparing you for your career, and you want to have the necessary training. But I would also say another thing is there's also higher expectations. When you're in grad school, you're expected to, really do the work, and you're also expected to, to do well. Because also, at least in my program, I hope I'm making sense. And so my program, what you do, they're also kind of they kind of assess you to make sure that you're really gaining the skills that you're needed. So grades are important in grad school, but it's not just about the grade and when you're in grad school, because you also want to be able to show them that you're gaining the skills needed, and that my program uses competence. You want to kind of show them that you're going to be competent out in the field, because in grad school you don't just attend classes. I mean, I guess in undergrad you do it too, but in grad school there's an internship practicum component required to graduate. And in my program, when we do internship and practicum, we are working with real clients. And so and so it's definitely good to have and I'm not, and you're not expected to be perfect. I just want to make that clear. Obviously that's why we're in school, is we're here to learn. We're not expected to go out on day one, obviously, and understanding every single thing that is to do with counseling. No. But we are expected to, have the necessary skills to be competent and professional, and to like at least go out there and know what we're doing, and being able to learn and grow. Because like I said, they don't expect you to be perfect. If you were expected to be perfect, you wouldn't be in school. So I don't want anyone to go out thinking day one that they're expecting you to be 100% knowledgeable on every single topic. No, that's absolutely no. But you want to be sure that you want to make sure that you're learning, and ask. And one of the big things is to ask questions and reach out when you are struggling. If you're struggling, your professor, you need to reach out to your professor. Let them know that you're struggling. They're they are willing to help you. If they don't know that you're struggling, they can't help you. So if you need help, just reach out, ask them. They are, at Lynn, they are very accommodating. All you got to do, you just got to reach out and let them know what you need to help, and they will do whatever they can to help you. So there's also, again, that self advocating too. I know I went on a lot, so I hope.
Oh, you explained it amazing. And towards the end, everyone,
Sorry, there's one more thing I wanted to mention while it's
oh,
on my.
yeah, go ahead.
Um, I would say this is probably my biggest. Well, these are two of my biggest tips. Get organized. Grad school is going to demand a lot of your time, and it's somewhat of a fast pace. It can be, and there's a lot of demands at grad school, and you gotta meet deadlines. And so the main thing is balance your time. Make sure you want to be sure. And the reason why I say balance is because it's 100% okay to have fun, and you should. So again, self-care, which is the other thing I'll get into in a minute. Um, but you want to balance your academics and your social, to make sure you don't want to do too much academics, because the reason I say this is because you want to avoid burnout. If you're working to the point where you're staying up all night, and you're not
And
getting any
I
sleep.
know a lot of, or we know a lot of people at
Mhm.
Beacon did that.
Yeah. And the reason why I say don't do too much of it is because you don't want, if you're not sleeping at night because you're up trying to finish up your assignments, you're going to be tired, and you're not going to be able to focus well when you're tired. So you want to be sure to find the healthy balance. And of course, you also don't want to spend too much time socializing and not studying. So just find the balance to where you're able to study and get your work done and understand the material, but still allow yourself time for fun, and which is totally okay. And that brings me to my second other big tip, is self-care. Make sure you allow time into self-care, because, and this is especially true in my program. In my program, this oh my goodness, I hear this in every single one of my classes. Take time for yourself. And something that my ethics professor told me, says to our class this semester, have self-compassion for yourself too.
What
Um,
what do you mean by self-compassion?
Kind of just like, just don't give up, and kind of don't let yourself down. I think that's what she means by that. Um, but and in my field, especially because in my field, when you're working, you're going to be working with clients who need your help. And so, and this is just true anywhere. If you can't take care of yourself, how are you going to be there for your clients? That's what I tell people in my field. So you want to be able to take care of yourself, so that way you can do your best at your job.
And I do want to make a point too when you said first self-care. One thing I really want to stress to anyone that's listening, take care of yourself and your mental health.
Hmm.
Within the last few years when COVID started, mental health has become a big topic,
Hmm.
especially when Beacon administrators, even and counselors said, take care of yourself. And if you don't, I forgot.
Self-care.
But if you're scared to go out and say, I need help, just please go and do it. Like,
Yeah.
we're all unique in this world.
Mm-hmm.
If something happened to me, Sam's not me in a way. So who's gonna have that feisty personality that I have?
Well,
If
it's
I'm
also, go ahead.
No, I was done.
Well, and it's also the matter of, we're not mind, people aren't really mind readers. I mean, there are people, that they may seem like they're fine on the outside, but then on the inside they may be struggling. So, people may not always be able to tell if you're struggling or not. So if you're struggling, we definitely encourage you to reach out, and you reach out to someone, whether it's a family member, friend, anybody, to just reach out and get some help. That's what we're always told. And my program actually encourages us to utilize the counseling center at our school. It's obviously it's free for a Lynn student, and they encourage us to use it if we need to. And I have used the counseling services at my school, and I will say I have found them to be very helpful.
Yeah, I wanted to make that point in there that not only is your professor mentioning self-care, one of the aspects, I think you said it's a she is probably making is self-care, but also your mental health.
Exactly. Yeah, to really take care of yourself. They
And
told us on day one they're gonna sound like a broken record, and it's true.
And I encourage everyone that if you're wondering what signs to look out for someone struggling, then by all means reach out to me or reach out to Sam.
Mhm.
Because we can help you understand, okay, this is what you need to look for. This is how you should talk to them to try and get them to open up.
Yeah, and obviously, if you are concerned, if you're in school and if you're concerned about somebody, you can probably, I'm sure most schools probably have a way where you can maybe do like a concerned person report, where you can and even do it anonymously too.
Does
So if you're
uh
concerned about someone and you're like in a school setting, talk to someone in your school and see, they can help you figure point you in the direction of like of what your next steps are. That
Hey,
makes sense.
Sam,
Hey.
does Lynn have a I don't know why I say hey every single time to
Oh
get
no, you're good.
um does Lynn, like you just mentioned about like anonymously report if you
Mhm.
think someone is struggling? Does Lynn have that program in place, or are you gonna bring it up to administrators
Lynn
if
does
they
have that.
don't?
Yes, Lynn does have that in place already. Yeah.
Well,
So it'd just be
I
you'd fill out a form online. It would be sent to, obviously you send it and it would go. You fill it out online and it obviously gets sent to whoever. It gets sent to the person who is responsible for seeing that, and then they'll Lyson will reach out to that person.
Well, if anyone here at Lynn listens to this episode, especially administration, thank you for putting that in place because I think that would be the most important program that you can have within a school in general. So let's say you're talking to someone who doesn't understand what learning disabilities are, or just want to discriminate and make a rude comment about people with disabilities. What would you say to them?
Well, one thing, usually if it's like, I usually just, try to just, try to, be respectful with them. I just try to educate them about, what a learning difference is. And you'll notice that I typically use the term learning difference, because I don't like to use the term learning disability, because when I think of disability, I think of it as someone who can't do something. And I think people with ADHD, they are 100% capable of learning. It's just more so that people with ADHD or something like that, we learn differently. So I tried, and I just try to, encourage them to be open minded.
Do you mind explaining what ADHD is, just in case no one has ever heard of it before?
Sure. So ADHD is what stands for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And it's basically where someone who has ADHD, they may be, at least from my experience, they can be kind of hyper fidgety, and this is more so with me. They have trouble concentrating and they get distracted easily. People can be diagnosed either with um, the hyper part, or more so on the learning type.
The
I'm not a
attention
doctor, but
deficit.
I'm not a doctor, so I'm just speaking from my own personal experiences. I want to make that very clear. I'm also not, I'm still a counselor in training, so everything I'm saying, I'm just talking from my own personal experiences. Just want to make that clear.
So I really, with you, want to get into about Beacon a little bit,
Hmm.
because of course our friends know what Beacon is, but there could be someone listening that's parents or guardians is looking for a college to go to. And I personally have never heard of Beacon before before my parents found it. So just to get it started, Beacon College is a 4-year accredited college, but they only teach people with learning disabilities. And it is becoming one of the most popular university or colleges that people really want to go to. And they're also the first college to have who caters to people with disabilities with a study abroad program. So at Beacon, Sam is touching on ADHD, but when you go to Beacon, you see even disabilities you've never seen before. And what is your favorite thing about Beacon?
My favorite thing about Beacon is the sense of community that and I'm pretty sure Lindsay, you've probably built that too. You felt that
Yes.
too, that you build there. You really get to know, people there,
Professors, students,
professors, students, staff members, and more than just on a generic level. And so when you can build those relationships, a
they
good relation,
become family. They
yeah, it
become
really
family.
do. And when you have like a good relationship with a professor, anyone, obviously that makes you feel more comfortable to reach out. And it's good because they get to know the professors, they can get to know you too, which is definitely important, because you may, if you're applying to grad school or anything, you're going to need letters of recommendation. So it's also good to have those relationships, because that way and if your professor knows you, they can write you a good letter of recommendation. So there are just many reasons why it's just important to have those relationships. But yes, that's what I loved. One of the things I loved about Beacon, and it being such a small school, you pretty much got to know everybody, you know. And even if you didn't know them directly, you knew someone who knew them, or you've
You
at least
knew
heard of that
of
person.
them. You
Exactly.
knew of them. And one
Exactly.
thing that that Sam really touched on is you do create more than just a teacher-student relationship towards the end of your 4 years there. And one thing I can say, and Sam probably can too, was that was the reason it was hard for, like, I was having a hard time to accept that I was graduating. Because I had so many friends, so many professors that kept their door open just in case we needed them for assignments or just to say a quick hi while we're switching classes.
Yeah, that was another thing about Beacon that I loved is that, professors there, they, like I said, they want to help you, and really professors anywhere, and even at Lynn, I've had that experience too, where professors, they want, they like it when you pop in, even if it's just to say hi and ask them how their day was. So definitely utilize professors' office hours.
And I will say in this episode, everyone, for anyone that follows my social media, saw that I posted yesterday that I was recording with someone, and we are recording this on Thursday, May 11th, 2023, because this episode will be posted this upcoming Saturday. And I said I was going to interview 2 more guests next week. Well, those 2 guests that I am having are actually professors from Beacon College. And you're gonna get to learn this perspective.
Perspective. You get
Um,
perspectives from the professors at Beacon, and they can talk a lot about their experiences too. I
and
think when
what
you
and what it is like to see young adults with disabilities come in. But our professors always see how successful or how we excel in our studies.
and they love it when you keep them updated on your progress. Like there are still professors at Beacon that every now and then I'll send them like a quick message and just to kind of update them on how I'm doing. And they really do like hearing from former students. They really like to see, they like to know that what they're doing has been very helpful. Because not only do I tell them how I'm doing, I tell them that, like that I've been able to use some of the stuff that I've learned at my classes at Beacon, and it's been helpful to me at Lynn. And it's good feedback, and they like to hear that too. So and I think you'll also find that when you hear from these professors next week, I think you'll get a sense of how much they really enjoy what they do and the passion that they have for really wanting to help students with learning differences. I have not met a single professor at Beacon that has not wanted to be there and that has not wanted to be helpful. That's just not a thing at Beacon. Everyone who's there at Beacon really, they really do care about the students. And another thing that I've even heard from some of the professors, and they may or may not mention this, is that if a student fails for whatever reason, the professors take that failure personally. And so they don't.
Never heard of that.
I've heard it talked about like once or twice.
But you know what guests are coming on, so
Right.
would it come from one of them?
Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna say, but probably. The reason why I'm saying that is because it's the point I'm trying to make is the professors do care about each and every student, and they really want you to be successful.
And one thing I will say, everyone, I am actually interviewing Sam over Zoom. And my final 2 years at Beacon, of course, one of them I did school from home because we had to be sheltered in place before, because COVID-19 started. And while we were allowed to go back to campus that August, and I got to spend my senior year hybrid, I did a lot of school on Zoom with Sam, so I kind of feel like we're doing a school assignment because whenever we had to record anything, guys, Sam and I with our partner would be on Zoom.
It was fun. I very much enjoyed it. And I think hopefully this is also giving you guys that sense of community that we kind of talked about, of the community that you really build. And so I think, and how like really important that I think that is. And that's also something that I've built in my program at grad school too, is I've been able to really connect with my other classmates and really getting to know them as well and establish those relationships with my peers in grad school as well.
Yeah, so there's two more questions. And the next one is, so when I was researching doing this topic for a podcast, I saw nothing. I only saw a handful, like 2 or 3 podcasts about disability discrimination.
Mhm.
So why do you believe no one is talking about it? Because they're too scared to? They don't want us to know that they have a disability? Or what do you think?
That's a good question.
I like to give the hard questions.
No, I mean, no, I'm glad. That's actually a very good question. I think it could be for a number of reasons. I think it could be for the reasons, any one of those reasons, it could be because they've, it's a topic that I would that it can be a difficult topic for, because not everyone's willing to disclose that they have a learning difference. And there could be many reasons for that. Whether it's, they haven't had the best support system and so they're afraid to. Um, you know, this is, I mean, I don't want to speak for other people. I mean, but I know for me, I've had my share of experiences where, I've struggled a little bit in school. But I found, resources that have, like I've said earlier, that have helped me be successful. And I think that talking about it, at least for me, is a way to kind of bring awareness. But I think maybe the reason why it's not always talked about is because maybe they're not really sure how to go about it, or maybe they're afraid that people aren't going to listen. But I can just say that there's plenty of people that do want to listen and that they do care, and there's so much help and support available. Sometimes you may have to take a few tries, to find the right fit for you. But I think I think you can. I think if that's what you have your mindset to, you will be able to find you'll be able to do what you need to do to help you work towards your goals. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, and I also want to make the point that there's probably no education about disabilities.
I
So
think, yeah, I think
so they
educating.
so they don't understand what ADHD is, what cerebral palsy, which is what I have, is, so they don't want to give misinformation
Could be
and
that
have
too.
you or I speak out and say, no, that's not what cerebral palsy, that's not what ADHD is, but this is the real explanation.
Yeah, and I think from my experience, there's, I think just simply educating people. And like when you asked me the question, if someone approached me that didn't seem to have a not understanding of what a learning difference is, that's what I said. I would just simply educate them on what it is. I don't have an issue discussing. I don't let my ADHD define who I am. And you know, and I want to be there. Honestly, speaking up about, AD, about learning differences and wanting to help just people in general, and people with learning differences is a passion of mine, because I want everyone deserves love. Everyone deserves to be loved, supported, and I believe anyone has the potential to achieve their goals, and work towards those if that's what they set their mind to. And whatever their goals are, they will do whatever it is that can do, take whatever paths necessary for them to help them work towards those.
I loved what you said that your disability doesn't define you, because I think that too. I think one thing, I try to look at the good side of having a disability.
Hmm.
Of course, it is hard because I have a learning and physical disability, and I'll be getting into that in future episodes. But when you have a disability, don't treat it as a burden.
Yeah.
Treat it as you're being given the opportunity to show the entire world that you can do anything you put your mind to. And
Exactly.
don't be afraid to do it. And if there's one person that's hating you, that hates me for speaking, for advocating for this, in a way showcasing that you can do it, then that's their loss, not yours, because
Mhm.
they're missing out on an amazing person that can give them the education on disabilities that they need.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. And I would encourage anyone who's listening that may have a learning difference, don't let it. I would encourage you to, you know, not let it define you, and to just, be proud of who you are, and surround yourself with good people, and just live your life as best as you can, and do the things that you enjoy, and don't let a little thing like ADHD define who you are. Just work, and find the skills and resources necessary, and do what works best for you. Because what works best for me, I know I've talked about some things that I've used to help me be successful. Well, those may not necessarily work for everyone. So it's just a matter of, you know you more than anybody else does. So you, and find what works best for you. Because it's not really important how you learn the information. What's mainly important is that you learn the information. How you go about it, that's your business.
We're
And
we're just here to educate.
yeah, we're just here to help, and yeah, and educate. And so, whatever works best for you, just find, just do, like I said, I'm gonna sound like a broken record again, but and you know what works best for you. So do whatever, find the skills and the resources that are going to work for you.
You did not sound like a broken record, first of all. And before I ask Sam the very last question, I want to tell you guys, Sam and I have used pretty big terms in this episode. So if there's anything you're confused on, by all means reach out. And if I don't know the information, I'll you can either contact Sam or I can do it for you and then reiterate it back to you when I find it out. So don't be afraid to ask questions about this episode too.
Yeah, if there's anything, yeah, that you just want to get, or if you want to hear more about like my experiences, feel free to reach out. I am happy to talk about my experience, or really answer if you have any questions about anything. I am very happy to answer anything.
And heck, if you want to do an episode and have him and I be on it so we can further explain to you, then please just let me know, because I want to reach as many people as I can, especially people who don't have disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
I do want to, I keep saying stuff, but I do want to encourage people without a limitation or disability.
Right. Yeah.
Difference, that's the word you use.
Yeah, like I said, just I'd encourage anyone to just live your life and be yourself.
Yeah.
Don't let people define you. And that's not true with just learning differences. That's just true in general. I mean,
Yeah.
don't let people define who you are as a person. Be proud of who you are. And
But
know that we all have something about us that's unique, and we can use that to our advantage, and find people that like you for who you are.
and if anyone that doesn't have a disability want to do a podcast episode, don't be afraid to reach out, because I really want to do a few with people who don't have a limitation, to see, like, if you know me, and if you know Sam, or you know someone with a disability, what is your take on it, and whatever you want to talk about. But the very last question is, so all there were some questions that we have, that if you could say something to your younger self, or your 13-year-old self, what would you say?
Oh,
So
I
that's
always,
my question.
oh, I
If
love this
you were
question.
to tell your younger self anything, what would it be?
Oh, I love these questions. That's a wonderful question. I would just tell myself to just thinking about how I was at that time. I would just, tell myself to just be who I am, and not to, give up, and don't let, my learning difference define me. Just kind of what I've been telling. That's what I would probably tell my 13-year-old self, just thinking about myself at that time.
Well, Sam, thank you so much for joining me on the podcast today,
Absolutely.
and being my first guest.
You're very welcome.
Now that I know you're just as passionate about this topic as I am, I want to have you as a reoccurring guest.
Oh, I would love to be a reoccurring guest. And like I said, it was a huge honor. I very thank you for giving me this opportunity to come on here and to talk about my experiences, um, and of having a learning difference, and how I've been able to overcome the challenges that I've had. And hopefully, I hope that any insight, I hope I was able to provide some valuable insight. And like again, if you have any questions, just let us know, and I'm happy to answer them.
Well, everyone, thank you very much for listening to this episode, and I will see you next time I record. Bye,
Bye,
guys.
guys.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 8th episode of Disability Discrimination Starting Now. Now, last week, you guys heard me interview Sam Shusko, who is one of my best friends from Beacon. And I gave y'all the hints that my next two guests are going to be Beacon professors that I have had. Now, the professor you're going to hear from today is Mark Roberts. I had him for, I think, the first 2 years at Beacon, or the first few. And the class I remember the most doing with him is rhetoric, where he forced me to get out of my comfort zone and give speeches. But I was telling him when I was at my college reunion that by him doing that, it brought me out of my comfort zone. So now I feel more comfortable giving speeches like on here. Welcome to the show, Mark.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. It's great to see you.
Great to see you. It's been a few months, but it's good to have a little mini reunion.
It sure is, and I'm glad to hear that you interviewed Sam Shisco. I don't know if you know, but he and I know each other quite well from our time working together for our college's performance club, otherwise known as Beacon's Got Talent.
Yeah, that I loved Beacon's Got Talent, the time that I got to see the show. But can you, of course, I know a little bit about you, but can you give the listeners a little bit about yourself and how you ended up being a professor at Beacon?
Yeah, my teaching career has been a long and winding one for sure. I began my work in Massachusetts. I went to the University of Massachusetts at Boston, and my first teaching experience was as a tutor in the Disability Services Office at the university. So for the full 2 years of my graduate studies, I worked in the Disabilities Office. And also I worked in the school's writing center as well. After that, I moved in a completely different direction, and I worked for about 7 years as an ESL instructor at a small college just outside Boston called Pine Manor College. In many ways, very similar to Beacon, small college, number of students about the same, and it was a very vibrant and exciting place to work. I did that for about 7 years. And then I became bi-coastal. My teaching experience brought me out to Oregon, and I taught in a variety of colleges there. I spent time in 2 community colleges. I worked in a 4-year college called Linfield College, again, a very Beacon-like small college setting. And then I took a job with a career college in downtown Portland. But I didn't stop there. My travels took me then, after Oregon, for about 5 years to Nashville, Tennessee, where I taught in a career college for about 5 years in downtown Nashville. And that was a wonderful experience. And then fortune took me in a whole new direction, which was teaching online for a school called the University of the People, which is a generally free online college
I've heard
for,
of that college before.
yeah, it was a very, very unique experience that gave me a lot of opportunity to teach online and to meet, like I did when I was teaching at Pine Manor College, people from all over the world. The number of countries represented in our student body was more than I could count, for sure. And then, as I was working for the University of the People, looking for new opportunities, I saw an advertisement for Beacon College. And I contacted them, and they contacted me back. They flew me down to Leesburg for an interview, and we all liked each other, which is always a great feeling when you're going for an interview and looking at a new job. And so that was that. I liked the mission of the college. They liked my background and hopefully my personality. And I accepted the position and moved to Florida. And that was 7 years ago. I can't believe it.
That was 7 years ago?
Yeah.
You started at Beacon a year before I got there.
Yeah, I was a sophomore when you were a freshman. And I felt like a sophomore.
So, as when Sam and I were talking last week, we explained that Beacon, of course, is a college for only students with learning disabilities. When you are creating assignments for the students, are there any challenges with first teaching the students? And how do you kind of make accommodations so the students can understand, okay, this is what Mr. Roberts is wanting me to do. This is the correct way.
That's a really interesting question. So it's really a question about process. What comes first in a teacher's thought about how to make an assignment successful? Well, I'm going to just be honest with you, I do not try to think of every last individual's capability when I'm putting an assignment together. I design assignments for my Beacon College classes as I did for all of the other colleges that I taught. Here's the assignment. Here's the work that needs to be done. Do the best you can to complete the assignment. It's when a student has challenges completing the assignment, that's when I take a different tack in the process and consult with that student individually and say, where's the problem? You know, that a person with that, when we talk about disability, we're not talking about something that's general and applicable to everyone. We're talking about very specific personal individual needs that are specific to each student. And so that's when the conversation begins. So maybe your question is really something like, if there's a particular assignment you've given and someone with a particular disability can't quite do it, what would I do in that situation?
Yeah.
Well, that's something that I can give an example of. Many students who have dyslexia, many students who struggle with attention deficit disorder have production challenges. When I say production, I mean producing writing for classes that I predominantly teach, composition and rhetoric, which require a lot of paper writing. One example I can give is just a year ago, a student was in my college composition class and could not produce sentences. We're not talking about producing a paper, couldn't produce sentences. So we strategized and threw out some ideas, and eventually I connected her with the idea of using her phone, using speech to text. This doesn't always work. A lot of students try speech to text, and for some reason it's just not for them. But in this particular case, it changed her life. I showed her how easy it was to record what she was saying on the phone and then to email it to herself and then copy and paste that information into a Word document and then go about the editing process. And so that's one example of how we solve a problem for a student who's struggling with an assignment.
One thing I want to tell everyone is when you see a student at Beacon, like when I was, you see disabilities whether you've never heard of or you've never really seen. And I can tell you or everyone that seeing and you also always have your doors or your emails open if they have questions, because I know I visited you quite a few times.
You were a great visitor.
And I got the assignments done on the right times. So, as I mentioned, there are also always different types of limitations, because in a way I don't like to use the word disability, because we can do anything we put our mind to, but we just might need a different way to go about like writing a paper or doing anything. And have any students you have taught in your classes taught you anything?
It's a great question. Has the teacher learned anything in all those years of being the sage on the stage?
Hey, you gave me the hard papers. I want to.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Turnaround is fair play.
Payback.
But it's a really good question, and I've learned a lot. I don't think I would have been as successful as I have been in teaching if I weren't actually coming into the classroom with a desire to learn for myself. And this semester, just say about a month ago, I learned something brand new that I hadn't thought of before. Let me explain what happened. as you know, I teach a class called Rhetoric, Speech Communication. You began your conversation today talking about how I forced you to give speeches. I continue to force students to give speeches in my classes. We have one speech, it's called the demonstration speech. Now, I'm not sure if we did a demonstration speech when you were in my class.
I remember we did a paper about a country, but I never heard.
Yeah, you did the city tour.
I did Melbourne, Australia, and I remember giving that speech.
Do you remember the places we visited?
I'll have to look back because I had never have to do more research in my life to try to figure. I remember when I took y'all to a conservation where I think got to cuddle koalas.
All right, I think that sounds kind of familiar to me.
And
boy, that's 5 years ago. That's amazing.
When I find it, I'll send it to you. So
I would love to read it.
So if you have your students do the countries paper, which I encourage everyone to do because it's so fun, then they can look at it. They can look at an example.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what you need to include. But I could not pronounce a single dish that the restaurant I chose in Australia or Melbourne had. It was like, oh shoot, Mark's
everybody struggles every semester with that. Every semester.
But that was my favorite paper that you made us do. Although
a lot of students say that.
Although I was panicking the entire speech that something was gonna go wrong.
And look at you now. I sense no panic on your part.
Not anymore.
Hey, well, let me bring you back to what I learned this semester. So I think because when you and I were in class together, I was still a sophomore and you were, well, you would have been a sophomore, I would have been a junior at that point. And I still think I was getting my feet wet with this new atmosphere, this new school. And so now I've added a traditional speech to the class, which is the demonstration speech. And this requires that someone do something as simple as explain how to make a glass of chocolate milk, or something as complex as how to do a piece of origami. And so before the pandemic, all of the speeches were done in class. Students would do the demonstration in front of a live audience. After the pandemic, or I should say during the pandemic, everything had to go online. So all of those speeches had to be recorded and then played over Zoom in front of the entire class. So now post-pandemic, I give students an option. They can either do a live speech in class or they can make a video that we watch as a group. But then this semester, I learned something new. A student came up to me and said, I can't choose between the two options. Can I make a video, show the video during class, and then speak as a live presenter about the video during class?
I've never heard of that.
It was fantastic. I said, absolutely, let's give it a try. In fact, I would say out of the 58 rhetoric students I had this semester, I think 12 of them chose that option. And it worked out beautifully. I'd never considered it before. And I enjoyed very much watching these videos and the students talking about, with it really excitedly talking about what they did in the video. So yeah, I still learn. Sometimes it's painful sometimes, but I get there.
Well, I never thought I would learn that format on giving a speech. But in recent years, Beacon has caught national attention to where I would have to assume there's a wait list at this point to apply to Beacon because it has grown to, I think, about 500.
That's correct, yeah.
Students. why do you think Beacon is one of the top colleges in the United States for students with a learning disability?
I think there's a lot of reasons. And there's a laundry list of reasons that range everywhere from administration decisions about what to do for the near and long-term prospects of the college to just the everyday campus life, the sort of friendly nature that exists among the administration, faculty, staff, and students. But when I really think about it, in my core, I think it has to do with the people. It's really the fact that the college has paid close attention to who they hire, and they hire people who care, not just care about doing a good job and being successful, but literally care about each and every student's success. It's a very unusual setting in that regard. So my answer to this very big question with my very simple mind is people, people, people. If you don't have the right people, it doesn't matter how beautiful everything else is around you. It's not going to be a satisfying place to be. My second reason is, I think, as you mentioned, that 500 student number, is Beacon is currently a small college. And so it does give the staff members and the faculty and administrators a chance for what our president often refers to as high touch experiences. That means where we can actually get to know each other, run into each other on the street and say hello and have a conversation and go for a cup of coffee. And everybody looks familiar, you know? There's no strangers on our campus. Even if we don't know someone's name, we're like, oh yeah, I saw that person over. I saw them at the last event, or I saw them when they came to the performance club, thinking they might want to join. That type of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Great people and a small college atmosphere.
And I think too is that you mentioned the administration of the college. Those administrative people, the hierarchy, are also willing to listen to students. When I took my capstone class my senior year, Dr. Perone had us do a project where we talked about issues that are important to us or we care about. And Dr. Perone said we were the first class that brought up things about Beacon, and the administrative staff actually came in and listened to our presentations. And he said by the first meeting of after they saw everyone's, they were already talking about what we brought up. And so they're willing to listen. And like you said, the class sizes are about 12, if not a few more. And so, like you said, we really got to know our professors by the end of my 4th year. It's like, I don't want to leave. I'm not going to see Mark every day. I'm not going to see Dr. Marsden. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to.
No, what you're saying is beautiful.
And that was the hardest thing for me. You know, y'all became family. Like the professors became family.
Well, this is exactly. You're saying more poignantly than I was saying, that this small college atmosphere, a place where you just know everyone and you feel comfortable being yourself, is definitely, in my opinion, one of the main reasons that makes Beacon deserving of all the attention it's getting in the media.
Yeah, and so if there, I was skipping a question. So when you
skip around, it's all good.
When you first started at Beacon, of course, you talked about like how students have taught you ideas to do. Was there any, because you worked at other college that have students with disabilities, was there anything at Beacon that surprised you when you first started? Or did you have an idea on what it would be?
Do you mean specifically about surprises about the students that I was encountering, or just surprises about the college in general?
About the college in general.
Oh yeah. So I was living in just south of Nashville, Tennessee, in a little town that might be described as pristine. You know, just a very beautiful
Which
old.
town?
The town is Franklin, Tennessee.
I have my dad's brother lives in Brentwood.
Oh, sure. Okay, so you know Brentwood.
So I know Brentwood, I know where Franklin is.
And even Brentwood might be considered a little more citified than Franklin was when I was living there. Franklin, you know, it's got these old battlefields and classic southern, you know, buildings. It's just a beautiful little town. So I flew from Nashville to Beacon for my interview, and I was stunned by the physical campus, shocked by what I saw. It just did not look like it was
A college?
a place of higher learning. Of course, when I met the faculty members and staff members and the president and others, I knew that I was at a college. It's just physically, I was a bit flabbergasted by what I was seeing. Now, 7 years later, the college has added 2 dormitories, 2 beautiful dormitories. The stretch of Main Street, where the majority of our academic work is done, looks absolutely stunning with the changes they've made, and they continue to expand to new classrooms. I taught this past semester in a classroom which you might not even know about on 2nd Street.
I didn't know y'all had a classroom.
Exactly. The expanding and the beautifying and the number of parks that are often referred to as pocket parks throughout the campus has just been incredible. So to your original question, was I shocked by anything, surprised by anything? It took some time, but the college campus exterior wise looks as beautiful as the interior of the college has always been, which is that spirit of community that's so important. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Yes, it does.
I think if you talk to some people who have been at the college a little bit longer, like myself, you'll probably say, "Hey, so tell me, what did the campus look like 7 years ago?" You'd be like,
I can't imagine it looking like how it was when I was there. Like they have expanded so much since I graduated.
It's amazing.
2 or 3 years ago. I think it was 2.
Right. So you started to see much of the change taking place.
I got to see a lot of the pictures of what they were planning. But when I was there back in February, my eyes were so big.
Wait until they install the Oasis, and then you're going to complain to the college and say, "Why wasn't it there when I was a student?"
Yeah, Sam and I walked around together and we were like, they start planning this right when we're gone.
It's kind of, sounds like you and I are on similar tracks. This happens in my life all the time, but it's something you should be proud of, you know, as a student who was at the college. What, you were there from 2017 to 2021? Yeah. So, you know, you're a founding member of what I would consider to be contemporary Beacon.
Yes.
And that's a pretty cool thought.
And whoever drew the drawings of all the future buildings, I have to compliment because they were so good.
I wonder where those are. They must be in some kind of an archive, right?
So the Oasis drawing is kind of by the bush that's giving the village apartments the privacy compared to the other two dormitories. Forgot the names. So it's by there, and then I think they have one next to the pool that they've totally ripped out.
Oh yeah, no, I know what
already.
they're going to be doing, but you were talking about those pictures that were drawn. Those
It
are those
the ones on the billboards.
Oh,
That
now I
they
understand.
have.
Now I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
The
Got it.
ones on the billboard.
I was a bit slow on that, but I see now.
So, of course, you have touched on this a little bit already, but there could, within the coming days after I post this, there could be someone listening who is now considering Beacon. What would, as a professor, what would you say to them, basically saying like, this is a good college, your child's gonna get the support they necessarily need? What would you say to them about the college?
Well, I think in giving advice to anyone, I don't want to overstate something. You know,
Yeah.
I'm a faculty member. I'm not in recruiting. They have all the right things to say. So I think my advice would be the same for any college student or parent looking at a school. Visit it,
Yeah. Yeah.
go there, do your research about the college, and ask for things. Ask questions. Ask to observe classes.
Or
Ask to meet faculty members. And I think that's where the answer will be. So I have no doubt.
that's a very good answer, because some people might not know, hey, where do I start researching a school?
And you know what? A lot of people don't know that they can do basically whatever they want to do. There's a lot of money to be spent when you're sending your child to a college. You have the right to want to know as much as you can about the college. If you want to meet some professors, the college should accommodate that request. If you would like to observe a class, you should definitely make that request. And there's no doubt that someone on the Beacon College campus will, on any given day, say, sure, have them come to my class, and it will all work out. So that's my advice. And for those who are listening out there who are making a decision about whether to go to a particular college or not, if you do ask for these things, and the response is, oh, I'm sorry, we can't allow that, or I'm sorry, we don't have that information, then that should be a real red flag. But one thing I like about Beacon, we're very open in our community, and
We're very welcoming.
very, very welcoming. And anyone should feel comfortable and safe asking all the questions they want.
So, what do you, given that you see students with limitations on a daily basis in your class, what do you think people around the world or listening can learn from a student with a limitation?
It's a really good question. I didn't know this was going to be such a difficult interview, Lindsay. I can see now you do have some sort of pent up memories from our work together in rhetoric. So this is fair. Yeah, okay. So wait, I just had an epiphany. All right. So there's a lot of in this question, I think there's a lot of history of looking at people who have overcome a disability to go on and be successful in their choice of career. And we sort of herald it, we celebrate it. It's like, oh, look at how wonderful that person with that disability has done. And but I don't think that's the takeaway I get from what I think people should learn from seeing someone successful with it, in dealing with their disability or their learning challenge. I think it should be an opportunity for each and every one of us to ask that age-old question, who am I?
Yeah.
What am I all about? Ultimately, my observation, my experience working with individuals who are working hard to deal with ADHD, to negotiate ways of dealing with challenges that come with being autistic. Students, I'm very sensitive about this, but students who have dyslexia, I find that to be a very, very significant challenge. For me, it just reminds me that I need to look at myself and be myself and be the best person that I can be individually. So, yeah, I think that's my answer to the question.
And I also think one thing people can learn is, I know you have seen, because you have a lot of students who have graduated, that no matter what, like I said earlier, we can be successful. We can do what they're doing, just in a different way. And an example I want to give is, when I was in high school, I did a certain test and I forgot what kind of test it was. But the lady administrating it told my parents that I was not smart enough to go to college, and the best I could do is work like at Chick-fil-A for minimum wage. But look at me now. I went to college. I have a bachelor's of science with human services, and now I'm advocating for people who don't have people that really believe in them. And I think that's another good thing about Beacon, is all the faculty, all the staff believe in the students, to where it motivates that students, okay, I can do this.
You're
Let's
absolutely
get it
right.
done.
We how could we do the work if we didn't believe in the work that we're doing? And when you look at the tenure of the faculty at the college, and what I mean by that is how long and dedicated faculty have been, how long they've been at the college, and how dedicated they are to the college. It proves a lot about that atmosphere.
Yeah, and another thing, when I was planning out this podcast, I did my research to really see if any podcast was tackling discrimination against people with disabilities. And I saw one or two, but it's not tackling the ideas that I'm bringing up. And so why do you, and I probably think too, is I'm in a different world than anyone who doesn't have a disability is. I have an insight on what everyone with the limitation deals with on a day-to-day basis. But why do you think people who don't deal with the limitation aren't speaking up about it?
Let me rephrase the question just to make sure I understood you.
So
Are you asking me
why
why there isn't more advocacy?
why isn't there more advocacy or conversation about this issue?
I think the conversation exists. I don't think the conversation exists in what we might call the larger scale media. You know, Beacon College has a television program on PBS. Do you know what PBS is?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Is
But
it
not
locally or internet or national?
so it's the public broadcasting system. So it's supported by the federal government, and it allows voices that don't normally get into the mainstream media a chance to get onto television. And so this television program called A World of Difference deals with many of the topics that you're talking about in your podcast. So I think the conversation is out there, but I think what you're asking for is for that conversation to be
Pro-
more
prominent.
prominent. So let me turn this back on you.
Oh gosh.
Well, back to school. Do you think
Okay, I miss school, so
do you think that's a nice thing to say? I like that. Do you think that it's growing in terms of attention, or do you still feel that you're not seeing really any attention being paid to
I
it?
I think at certain times I'm seeing the conversation start, but there's other times too where no one's having the conversation. But of course, with the big media companies, I think they have a big platform to talk about this, but for whatever reason, they're not. And I think if they start having this conversation, and I hope one of the media companies hears this at some point, so I'm
Mhm.
kind of calling them out on it.
Why not?
I think they'll get more listeners or viewers and more supporters if people with limitations feel heard. I think although there's a conversation that people with this like even Washington, for example, they're not being heard by Washington, or they're not yes, we have the ADA to protect us, but
Mhm.
I think there could be more opportunity to either learn from a person with a disability, with a limitation, or focus on that more.
All right,
Because
so being teacherly for a moment, do
oh,
you what can I tell you? It's what I do.
yeah,
Do you think that the government should be involved and and in a sense put pressure on people to be more aware, or do you think that ultimately it's the course should be a matter of like time,
in a
uh,
matter of
where things happen sort of their own
you just
volition, for lack
you
of a better
just
word.
do you mind repeating that question?
Yeah, my question's not such a good one. Basically, do you think in order to raise this awareness, do you think the government should be more involved?
Yes.
Put more pressure on companies to um, reflect on their hiring practices, put into place maybe I don't want to say testing, but some type of assessments that actually reveal when someone is in the category of having a disability and is up for a job against someone who doesn't have a disability. What kind of assessments can be done to show who is the better candidate for the job?
Yeah.
So
I
if you,
think I think I think I wish the government or hire people will get involved, because before I started my first job, Mark, I was afraid at any point that I was not going to get a job because I have a disability. And I feel like some people don't understand that.
on that point, I would agree with you. I think that people are, your larger question was, why isn't this discrimination being talked about? Now, it's way above my pay grade to really answer that question. But I can say that I think for a very optimistic person, which I am, I'm a little bit pessimistic about how people look at the world around them. I think that we live in an age where people are very self-focused. Everybody's trying to create their own image for other people to see. And I think in this sort of I'm just going to call it sort of selfish mindset that we currently are living in, this period of a kind of selfish mindset, it's causing us not to see everyone for who they are and for what their concerns might be, like your very serious concern about working and finding a job that's going to not only make you happy, but also make you financially comfortable.
Yeah. And I think too, one other thing, and I'm not gonna get into this, but I was afraid too that sometimes when a person with a disability is employed, maybe they don't get discriminated against during the hiring process, but rather than certain employees. And I feel like to a certain extent, I think there should be some sort of program within the business to where the other employees learn how to interact with a person with a disability and not make them feel uncomfortable, because sometimes it might not be intentional, but they're doing it without realizing it.
Right. Well, you're talking about training.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt, at Beacon, your faculty and staff members have regular and consistent training, and it's the world we live in, and yet we still take part in training to maintain our awareness of all those blind spots. When I think of someone who hasn't worked or gone to school at Beacon College, the blind spots must be limitless. And so yeah, what's to be done? The government,
that's
government,
a bigger conversation within it.
it is a big conversation, and I know you didn't want to go down this path. So.
Oh, no, it's okay. And so I'm gonna skip one of the questions that I sent you because you
less homework.
Yes, I'm being nice to you by giving you one less homework assignment.
But I still get points for that, right?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
I'm not gonna grade you on this episode. Although that would be a funny idea.
I would like to get a grade if possible.
A+. There we go.
Thank you. All right. Then we can talk all day long. I'm ready to go.
And my last question is, you have been very successful in your career, moving I don't know how many times to work at amazing colleges. What would you say to your younger self?
I don't want to talk to him. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know. I think that if I were to talk to my younger self, I would probably be the same person I am now. And I would say I would encourage the variety and the excitement that comes with travel and change. I wasn't always someone who was comfortable with change. And
I'm not comfortable with change. So.
Yeah, and even now, like everyone, I would feel some if I were to move again or something, I would definitely feel some anxiety from the change. That's natural. But I think I would pretty much say, follow the path. I'm very happy with where I've been and what I've accomplished. I appreciate you calling me successful. It's always hard to put a definition on it. Most of the people in the world will say money is our greatest measure of success. I'm not a great believer in that.
No.
I like the fact, you know what? I'm just going to tell, my younger self, just do what you've done. I'm happy with what I've accomplished and
follow your dreams.
There you go. Follow your dreams or follow your passions, whatever they might be.
Yeah. Well, it has been amazing talking to you. Thank you.
This is an amazing atmosphere, and thank you so much for having me on your show. I feel honored, really.
And I would think too with my younger self, and I feel like you learn more as you grow up and go to college and get a career, is get uncomfortable. Like, do not be afraid to get uncomfortable. Now, I'm not gonna say you forced me to do the
You brought
speeches
this full circle. This was very clever.
but you made me get out of my comfort zone because I'm a very quiet person. Like, this is in a way uncomfortable because I'm talking about an issue that I've kept closed up for 24 years. But it's an your speeches that you made me give made me uncomfortable, so now I'm more confident when I record an episode, or when like I told you, when I gave my maid of honor speech at my sister's wedding, although my heart was beating 20 million miles per hour, I was confident in what I was gonna say. And it's all because of you, Mark.
Oh, come on now. It's all because of you.
And me, but
Yeah. We'll go, let's go 95-5. 95 you, 5% me. Simply because I wrote the assignments.
Yeah. And you always had your door opened, which helped too.
Well, that's kind of you to say.
I will talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks again, Lindsay. This was really fun.
Well, thank you again, Mark. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 9th episode of Disability Discrimination Ban Starting Now. I am your host, Lindsay, and last week you heard from a Beacon professor, Mark Roberts, who you heard me say to him, I gave him a hard time about a speech that he made me do. And you also heard that I was going to have a second one on. Well, this one too decided to give me a 12-page paper that I needed to write. But I won't give her too much of a hard time because I got to learn about a different country. Dr. AJ Marsden, welcome to the show, Dr. Marsden.
Well, thank you for having me, Lindsay. I really appreciate being here. This is going to be fun.
Yes, a lot of fun. So, can you tell the listeners a little bit about you and how you came to be a professor at Beacon?
Absolutely, yes. Well, I was born and raised in Wisconsin. So I'm from a very cold area of the United States. I wanted to get out of Wisconsin as early as possible, so I joined the military. I was a nurse in the military for a while, almost 10 years. And then I decided I didn't want to do that full time for the rest of my life because nursing is challenging in a lot of different ways. So I went back to school. I got my bachelor's in psychology, and then I got my master's, and then I got my PhD. While I was in grad school, one of the things that we had to do in my program was we had to teach a class, right? So when we were in the third year of our PhD program, one of the ways that we earned money, we earned our stipend, was by teaching an organizational behavior class. And, initially I didn't want to go into teaching. I wanted to work for a big organization, make a bunch of money, and just work at like Anheuser-Busch or Purina and just make a bunch of money doing data and statistics and stuff. But then I was forced to teach this class, and I really, really loved teaching. I really enjoyed it. I liked talking with the students. I liked learning their perspectives. I enjoyed making assignments, to be honest. I liked all that stuff. So that's when I kind of changed my mind and said, you know what, maybe I should go into academia. So I taught for a couple years at a school in St. Louis called Lindenwood University. I actually still moonlight there. I still teach a couple online classes there. It's a great school and I really liked it, but it's a very big school. So, and I noticed that a lot of my students that had struggles and had disabilities were falling through the cracks, right? Like they weren't getting the help that they needed. And I felt really bad for those students, but at the same time, I felt very overwhelmed because a lot of my classes had like 50 or 60 students in them. So I could never build those like one-on-one relationships with my students. So I started looking for another job, and that's when I found Beacon College. And I was like, oh my God, here is a college that has small classes so I can get to know my students. And I know for sure that the students that are struggling are getting the help that they need here, right? So that was what attracted me to Beacon, and that's how I ended up there.
One thing me and Sam said, and me and Mark also said, is Beacon's really a family atmosphere. Yes. One of the hardest things that I had graduating was like, I created more than a school professor relationship by the time I was graduating. Like, no, I don't want to leave all my professors. But
it's a bittersweet moment, right?
Yeah. But of course we stay in touch often. So yes, good. There's a lot of favorite things about Beacon. But what is your top favorite and how long have you worked there?
I have been at Beacon for almost 10 years. So I know, right? I started in 2014. So it's almost 10 years. I know that it doesn't feel like it's been that long, which is probably great, right? That's a good thing. It doesn't feel like I've worked there that long. Time has flown by. Probably my favorite thing about teaching there is the students, getting to know the students, getting to know your guys' background, your history, what brought you to Beacon. And then more importantly, watching you grow throughout the 4 years, right? So that's my favorite thing, is just watching you guys come in as scared freshmen who a lot of times have had a really not so happy educational past, right? And then you come into Beacon and you're scared and you're nervous. And then slowly over those 4 years, you make friends, you start to open up, you start feeling more confident. And then I get to see you grow into like this really awesome young adult. So it's a really fun process.
Oh, well, I loved seeing my own classmates excel, because it's not just the professor that sees it, it's their student. It's their classmates or your students.
Yes.
At Beacon, you see many type of disabilities. Some you have heard of, some you have heard of but not seen, or some you haven't seen at all.
Right.
What have you learned anything from your students?
Absolutely. I learn from them every day, every semester, right? I get to learn something, not just about their disabilities, but like how they cope with things, how they've dealt with things. So I get to learn different coping mechanisms, sometimes things that don't work for one student, another student it'll work great for. So getting to learn like kind of their workarounds, getting to learn how their brain works. It's really forced me to be more kind of open-minded, right, about how people learn. So I learn really well in the traditional, just lecture at me and I'll absorb it. So
I'm not that way.
Not everybody is like that. So it's really forced me to take on a different perspective and be like, okay, not everybody learns that way. Let's find other ways that we can pass on this information, pass on this knowledge, and make it fun. So it's been challenging, but at the same time, it's been a really good challenge.
Well, I think your teaching style is very good.
Thanks, Lindsay.
I skipped over a question. So you said you really loved creating assignments.
I do.
And so how do you really come up with the assignments and for the students to do, but because it's a college with a disability, how do you make it easier for them to understand? This is
Right.
one of the questions that got Mark yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is hard. This is hard because I hear a lot of people like hesitation with some students' families being like, "Oh, I don't want to send my son or daughter there because you're going to make it easy. You're going to make it too easy for them, right?" And that's not how we change things in the classroom, right? We don't make the assignments easier so then that way you can complete them. The assignments, because we're accredited, right? We have an organization that comes in and checks to make sure that we're doing everything to the same standard that UCF is, or that North Florida is, that all the other schools are in the South. We're held to that same standard. So I need to make sure that the assignments that I give you would be completely acceptable assignments at UCF, right? So they have to be that same quality, that same level. So I don't necessarily make it easier, but what I do instead is I make the process of the assignment different and easier. I break it down. So you mentioned at the start of this podcast, Lindsay, that 12-page paper, right? Now,
If you talk to any of my classmates in my cross-cultural class, then they'll tell you that that paper was a pain in the butt.
yes, yes. And that paper, it's kind of scary, but that's a 3,000 level class. And at any other university,
But that's your favorite assignment. So
yes, it is. So first, you have to make it engaging, right? So that's why I allow for as much choice in the assignment as possible. So you could choose the person that you interviewed, you could choose the country that you wanted to focus on, right? So you could even, to a certain extent, choose the interview questions that you wanted to have. There were certain topics that you had to cover, but you could come up with your own interview questions. So even though it was a big assignment, I didn't just throw it at you and say, okay, here's a paper, it's due on this date, go do it, right? Which is honestly what would happen at UCF or what I do at Lindenwood. I just give the assignment and I'm like, okay, go work on it. Now, students with disabilities, we know that they don't have the best time management skills and sometimes they don't have the best executive functioning skills. So getting started on a big project like that is scary and it's very intimidating. So what I try to do is I break it down, right? So the very first thing that you guys had to do was identify who you wanted to interview, right? So taking that first step, find somebody that you want to interview, step one. And then from there, just breaking it down into more steps. Okay, now we're going to come up with interview questions. Give me 10 to 12 interview questions. So you have that ready. Next, you had to set a date. So by breaking up a big assignment like that in little steps, that's how we can make it better for students with disabilities, right? Because we help them through the process one little step at a time.
yeah, that process actually really helped me. And if anyone listening has never heard of a cross-cultural psychology class, and you can kind of chime in on what it focuses on, but it's basically where you look at different cultures like the UK, the Ireland, Australia. And
Yes.
I will say that that was my favorite class at Beacon.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Part of the reason too is you didn't just teach it, you had your international friends
Yes.
come on, and like your friend from the UK, we still talk about all
Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. But that's one thing that I try to do with my assignments or with all my classes is, right, we have, especially here in Florida, we have all these resources around us, right? We have all of these things that we could tap into to help teach a topic. So in cross-cultural, I tried to tap into, my international friend network and get them to come in and share with them their experiences because they do a much better job of explaining their culture than I do, right? They live in it.
Yeah.
So, and I also try, and unfortunately we didn't get to do it with your guys' class because of COVID, but I also like trying to incorporate field trips to like Epcot for that class.
I think you having your friends come on probably makes up for not going. And I think everyone in that class can agree.
Here.
But So there could be a parent or a prospective student listening about learning about Beacon, because Sam and I got into to what Beacon is as a college. I asked Mark this question. What would you say to them about attending Beacon?
What I would ask them, like, what kind of brought them to this decision, right? Why were they attracted to Beacon in the first place? And then depending on what they said there, I might tailor my response. But if they're coming to Beacon because they have the accommodations and the resources that they want for their son or daughter, then 100% absolutely. If they're going to send their son or daughter to Beacon because they're not really sure if they should be in college, I might say just hold off and wait a year, right, before you send them to college. They might not be ready. And unfortunately, that is a small part of our population. And Lindsay, I'm sure you've seen it, students who come to college who just are not quite ready to be there yet, right? They're not
Who can't handle the
freedom.
level that you guys put us through.
Right, exactly. And then they end up failing out, and then that's a feeling of failure, and that's not a good thing. And if they would have maybe just waited 1 year, or maybe took like the Navigator prep class or something like that, they would feel more prepared for college when they came later. So I would definitely want to talk about feeling prepared for college. How prepared do they feel? Are they ready to live on their own or with a roommate, right? Because that's a big change. That's a big challenge. So I would want to know a little bit more about, what they're trying to get out of their college experience.
And one thing Mark did bring up that's actually a very good idea is, if there's a family that's interested, why doesn't Beacon allow them to sit in on one of the classes?
Yes.
So they can see, okay, there's 12 students to a class, if not two more.
Right.
And by that, I would say by the end of their time at Beacon, the professors and the staff will be family instead of just college professors and staff
Yeah,
members.
I mean, we invest a lot of our time, and we want to see you guys succeed. So we get to know you as people, as individuals. And I think that's one key difference with Beacon professors, is that we take the time to get to know you. We really invest part of ourselves in you. So we get excited when you guys succeed, and we get sad when you guys fail. So
Yeah. Well, I was not a straight A student at times, but
you always got your work done, Lindsay. You always did a quality job.
As long as you ask questions and get your homework done on time,
Yes.
then you'll excel in the class. Like, there was a few where it was actually a Dr. Nance class where she emailed me like, you have so many points, you don't need to do any more assignments. There was one I still did, but
you should have her come on here too.
I'm gonna contact her at some point. I was just wanting to get a few guests on first, so everyone else can think or listen, and they can know, okay, this is how she's gonna interview us.
Yes, give a little realistic preview.
Yeah. And what do you think the world can learn from students at Beacon or people with disabilities in general?
I like this question, Lindsay. I like that. When I saw this, I was really happy to see this on the list because, you asked earlier, what can I learn? I think it's the same thing everybody can learn, right? Just approach the situations with an open heart and an open mind. Try to learn from other people. Don't assume that you know. That's something that's really hard for people to do, right? Is they just assume, well, oh, my son or daughter has this disability, or I know of somebody who has this disability, so I know all about it. But you know that just because one person has this disability doesn't mean that they're going to present it or they're going to have characteristics that are exactly the same as somebody else. Everybody's different, right? Everybody's unique. So I think that that's one thing that we should keep in mind, and we should learn from students at Beacon and those in the disability community, is that everybody's unique, everybody has their own struggles, and we just need to be empathetic and compassionate and listen to one another. So I think that's really important.
So when I was researching starting this podcast, one thing I did was research to see if anyone else was doing something about discrimination against people with disabilities. And I found, I think, at least 2, but they hadn't posted an episode in a very long time. And I was like, okay, this will be a thing that I think if I can or you can kind of explain everything to the listeners, then maybe they'll start understanding, okay, just because Lindsay has a disability doesn't mean she's a crazy person.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Because we're labeled, like, one of the things, I have cerebral palsy, which is paralysis in one side. So if anyone thinks I'm a psychotic for having a cerebral palsy,
it's not a fair assumption at all.
not. But why do you think that this topic is rarely talked about? And why do you think it's important to have this kind of conversation?
I think it's important because, unfortunately, there's still a lot of shame around disabilities, right? People who look at those with disabilities oftentimes look at them with pity, right? As like, oh, well, poor you, woe is you. It must really suck, right, to have that kind of life. And because of that, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to learn about it. They don't want to know anything about it because they just automatically assume it's going to suck. It's got to be awful. But that's not always the case. I mean, you know that. That's not the case at all. So I think some people are quiet about disabilities just because they themselves are ashamed of the topic and they don't want to talk about it. But there's also an assumption that people with disabilities are being taken care of, right? We passed the Americans with Disability Act and everything's fine. There's no reason to be concerned about people with disabilities. And again, that's ignorance, right? Because they don't realize that, yes, that law exists and that law is great and it's helpful in a lot of ways, but it's not solving all of the problems that people with disabilities face. So there's still stigma, there's still a lot of negative labeling of people, like you said, saying that people are crazy. And then now assuming that everybody with disabilities also has terrible mental health issues and we shouldn't give anybody guns, right? So there's that whole side of it as well. And so people don't want to talk about it because they're not sure how to talk about it, or they don't want to talk about it because they think it's not an issue. And both of those is ignorance, right? Both of those is just not wanting to talk about it. So it's
unfortunate. When I interviewed Mark, we had talked about that people with disabilities can excel or limitations.
Yes.
I gave the same example with when I interviewed him, but I wanted to tell you the story. So when I was, I think, a senior in high school, I did some sort of test. I don't remember what it was, but the lady that administered it basically said to my parents, yeah, she's not smart enough to go to college, so the best you can do is work at Whataburger, for example, for minimum wage. And if this lady listens to Mark's and yours episodes, what you don't realize is I went to college. I graduated magna cum laude with a 3.66 GPA with a bachelor's in science. I think that's the. So,
Yes.
lady, do you really think that I wasn't smart enough to
Right.
do it? Because there's a lot of people that think, oh, you're not smart enough to do anything. And
Right.
that's where I'm really thankful for Beacon, because they gave me, or you guys gave me the ability to to prove to my doubters that they were wrong about what they were saying. And
Yes.
now if I knew where the lady was, I would put my diploma in her face.
Good. Yes.
Really?
Right, yes. I mean, it just goes to show when you have the proper supports in place, right? When you create a community that truly cares about its students and wants to see them succeed, then they'll succeed. Now, granted, I mean, we always have a couple students still that fail and don't get their degree, and that happens. But in general, when you come and you talk to us and you explain what you need and it's reasonable, we're there. We're there to help.
So, have these questions been hard for you?
Some of them are, yeah. They're challenging me to think about things differently, which is good, which is really good, Lindsay.
So, as you mentioned earlier, there are some people that don't view students or adults with limitations, because I'm not the biggest fan of the word disability. Because yes, we have a disability, but that doesn't stop from us from doing what you're doing. We just need to do it in a different way for us to understand and
Exactly.
for us to be comfortable doing it.
Right.
What would you say to someone that doesn't consider me as equal to them?
I would want to know why they think that way. I really just don't understand why anybody would think that way. Why would you think that you were better than anybody else? Not just somebody that had a physical or a mental disability. It just like, why would you think you were better than anybody else, right? So we're all human beings. We all have feelings. When you say something mean, it hurts everybody, right? So saying that you're better than somebody else because you don't have that limitation, that's just a shitty person. I'm sorry to curse. That's
Oh,
just a bad person. So I would want to know why. What's your rationale? Why do you feel that way? And then from there, you can just kind of tear them apart, right?
it's crazy. Like the story about that person doubting me. It's like people don't even know the full story
Right.
of
Exactly.
what, because I've opened up to you about my, like, the full extent of my disability,
Right.
but the listeners who are not my parents' friends or my friends don't know what I went through the first, I think I was 20, 21 or 20 when I entered college. They don't know what happened in those 20 years before I met anyone at Beacon.
Right.
The last question. This is I think a nice one, because everyone has liked it. So in recent years, we have seen the question, what would you say to your younger self?
I think this is a good question. There's a lot of things that I would want to say, just because, I mean, we should always look back on our younger self and kind of cringe a little bit, right? And be like, oh man, I'm glad that I'm growing. I'm glad I'm not the same person that I was when I was younger. We should always try to be better. I hope 10 years from now, I look back on my 40s and say, oh, I could have done that better, right? But
Wait,
anyway,
you're in
yeah,
your 40s?
I'm in my 40s. I know.
You
I
don't
know.
look like.
Oh, thank you, Lindsay. As I got my birthday coming up next week, so it's on my mind. But anyway, so this is a really well-timed question, Lindsay. So I would tell myself first, enjoy where you are. There was a lot of rushing when I was younger. When I was your age, I was like, I wanted to get done with school, and then I wanted to get my master's, and I want to get my PhD. Like I wasn't enjoying the process, right? So I would tell my younger self, just slow down, enjoy the process. And then the other thing that I would tell my younger self is not to be such a dick sometimes, because man, would I say things that were mean and unnecessary. And sometimes I'd say them for shock value because I was young. So I would say, chill out with that. Don't be so mean. Be nicer.
Yeah, and one thing, I'm not sure if Beacon has these type of events, but what would be fun to do is for those people in Lake County where Leesburg is, if they have questions, that Beacon has some type of forum where like former students, employees,
Yeah.
faculty will just answer their questions.
That would be nice. Almost like a web page of some sort, right? Where we could interact.
Because I believe discrimination is still going on because no one understands
Yes.
disabilities
Yes.
or
I agree.
limitations. And limitations is such a broad topic. It's probably going to take the rest of my life of doing this podcast to fully help someone understand.
But that's good.
We're in the same world. Don't
Yeah.
treat me differently.
Yes. I agree. So I think we're making progress, right? A little bit at a time, but lately it does feel like whenever we make progress, suddenly we're 2 steps back, right? A little progress forward, 2 steps back. So the past, I think, 4 or 5 years have just been rough.
Yeah, ever since I've started this podcast, I am gonna ask you a question when this episode's over with, but I did look up like if the UK has any laws compared to the ADA, and I forgot the name of it, but they do. I just need a British person to kind of explain the terminology, because our terminology with compared to the UK is totally different. Like I'll read something like I don't understand that.
Well, we'll have to take a look at it.
Well, thank you again for coming on the podcast.
Of course, Lindsay, this was fun. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Well, guys, I will see you the next episode. Bye. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 11th episode of Disability Discrimination Band Starting Now. I am your host, Lindsay, and today we have another one of my college friends, and I am very excited for you guys to hear from him. Welcome to the show, Dan.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks for having me.
So I gave a very brief introduction to you. Do you mind sharing a little more about you so our listeners or my listeners can get to know you?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Dan Graff. I live in Florida. I attended Beacon College with Lindsay, as she said. I work for a dental insurance company. I process claims I get from dentist offices, and I process all that into our system to make sure everything is accurate and correct.
Well, that's cool. So what years did you attend Beacon?
So I started Beacon January of 2016 and graduated December 2019.
Yeah, when I was trying to think about which years, I was like, I gotta ask them that because I don't remember. So a lot of the guests that I have had on have said they have some of their favorite memories at Beacon. What is your favorite memory there?
Yeah, so I have a lot of favorite memories. So like I like how Beacon did all these off-campus trips for us when we weren't at, or during the weekend, I should say. But like during the week when we were in like classes and stuff, like my favorite memory is probably hanging out in the library or student center with all of our other friends and just hanging out, goofing off and stuff like that.
So every aspect at Beacon,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
So as everyone knows, Beacon is a college for people with learning disabilities. What is it like going to college with a disability?
So it can be kind of tough. So before I attended Beacon, I attended a community college in my city for a semester. Um, and it was hard for me because like I don't know, they didn't really do a lot to support my disability, and it was just hard. Like, but when I transferred over to Beacon in January of that year, it was still a little bit hard, but it was easier too because like they understand our needs and how we learn differently. But like with all the help they get from our learning specialists, they find ways to help us succeed and to succeed in college.
Yeah, and you did mention some of the hardest things about your community college. Was there, with them not understanding your learning disability and how to help you with that? But was there any hardest moments besides that of attending college? Or
Yeah, so I think maybe like one of the hardest things was like finding the right ways to study. Just like because I've struggled with that like ever since middle school, and just having trouble like finding ways to study, getting motivated to study is hard for me. But I think that was one of the hardest things, but our learning specialist again made it easier for us, helping us find ways to study.
Yeah, so I'm gonna add a question. If there is someone listening that does have a disability, like middle school, high school, and can't study for long periods of time, what would you suggest they do to kind of get the studying done, but also at the same time don't overwhelm yourself?
So what I would say is just take it take it slow. Like don't rush yourself and getting you to try to get all that information in your head because that doesn't work. But just take it slow. Maybe do 1 hour 1 hour session like every day or if maybe more, but like just find ways to find like tricks to helping you know that information. But basically the main thing is just take it slow and eventually you will get that information you need.
So I have asked these next few questions in every interview episode I have done. But if we're talking, or if a prospective student or parent that's looking into Beacon is listening, from a student's perspective, what would you say to that parent or that student to kind of encourage them to look more into Beacon as a possibility?
Yeah, well, I would say so. Beacon was a great school. But what I would say is I would tell them that Beacon does an amazing job understanding your disabilities. And it is a small school, but in Florida, but it's really helpful for people with disabilities. Like compared to like the larger schools like UCF and
Florida
Florida
State.
Florida State, yeah. Beacon is smaller, but because it's smaller, that means there's a lot more hands-on opportunities, more one-on-one help. It's just it will help that student get to what they need to succeed in school.
Yeah, and one thing too is that Beacon also has smaller class sizes.
Hmm.
So would you say that for you having that small class helped you more because we were able to in a way connect with the professor?
Yeah, I think the small classrooms sized help because like each class probably had about 10, 12 people in a class compared to like colleges where there's like 50 or maybe 100. But having a small size class that gives a lot of one-on-one time and hands-on activities, and basically the professors with these small sizes they can go at a slow pace, but they can still get all the material we need with these small sizes because they know how to work with us and
And
with
they know us.
yeah,
They
and they
know.
know us because the professors they'll get to know you on a personal level very quickly.
Yeah, and that's one of the hardest things about graduating was I became friends with my professors. It's like, no, I don't want to leave yet. But I know it had to be done.
Yeah.
And what do you think the world can learn from people with any type of disability?
So I think what the world can learn is that everyone is different. Um, Even with people like us who learn differently, everyone is different. But with us, like you just have to know that it takes us longer to process or learn things differently from others, and the world needs to accept that because like our brains can't control what we learn or process or stuff like that. So that's what I think about that.
Yeah, and I, of course, ask this question a whole lot because I feel that this question is most important out of all of them that I sent you. So when I was researching during doing this podcast, and I had noticed that no one's specifically talking about discrimination against people with disabilities, and the two podcasts I saw only had 2 episodes and hadn't updated in a few years.
Mhm.
Why do you think discrimination against people with disabilities is not being discussed?
So I don't think it's like being discussed at all because like it's just a lot of information. Like there are so many disabilities, autism, ADHD, ADD. The list goes on. Even and that's just mental disabilities. Like and then there's also physical disabilities. Like I think it just like
Cerebral palsy,
yeah, cerebral palsy.
being in a wheelchair.
Yeah. It's just that people get discriminated all the time, and that just they don't just I don't think the world knows like how to deal with it. Like, and I think that's why like discrimination isn't talked at all, or talked at very much at all,
Yeah,
because
and
it's just a
I
lot.
think the one thing that really angers me, like you said, is because no one knows, like, in a way what they are, but it's
Mhm.
almost like they're punishing like you or me for
Mhm.
having that disability. Well,
Right.
I say we don't have control over what happens to us before we're adults. Like
Mhm.
if we were born with a disability or born with a learning disability, then I'm sorry, but if you don't want to see people like me, then just don't talk to us.
Hmm.
Because I tend to have the level of protection for myself, being very picky, like who I'm friends with, who I open up to, because who knows if that person will discriminate against me in the future, and you too.
Right.
So, if you were to talk to someone who doesn't understand learning disabilities or just wants to discriminate against us, what would you say to them?
So I would say to them, so having a learning disability can be tough because you don't learn the same as everyone else. Even so, like when I was in middle school, when I first knew I had this disability, like I knew it was hard for me because I didn't get to really experience like larger classes because I was taken out of the classes in middle school and placed into a smaller class with my special education teacher. But just like having a learning disability, it can be tough because you just don't experience the same thing as your other peers.
What is it in a way like to have a disability in a workplace? Because you did speak about your job. And of course, everyone knows with the ADA, a business is required to create accommodations for
Mhm.
people like you and I to be able to excel in our jobs.
Yeah, I mean, having a disability in the workplace is hard too because I know like if you're in meetings, like you have to make sure you're processing all the stuff that's being talked about. But so with my job, since I work remotely, it's a little bit easier for me because I'm on Teams and I don't really have a lot of meetings I attend because I'm mostly like on the computer typing. But when I was working as when I had other jobs a couple years ago, because I had a graphic design part-time jobs, I was had to attend meetings there too, and it was in an office. It was in a large conference room, and just like having to process all the information was tough. But I know the my supervisors at those jobs, they knew about my disability because I told them about it, and they knew about it because I was recruited with them by an employment specialist that serviced people with disabilities. Um, but the, but for other people it can be hard. Even with like people who have autism or like have those disabilities where they just have a hard time concentrating
Processing or
or
focusing.
yeah or focusing, it can be hard for them. But that's why you shouldn't discriminate you because they can't help with their how they're processing that information.
So would you say you work better on a computer? You could say remotely compared to it in the workplace?
So in my experience, working remotely is much easier than working in the office. Because at this job right now that I've been working remotely at, I have been at this company for actually it has been a year now, um, and compared to all my other jobs that only lasted a couple months, it was just hard for me. But having working remotely, it gives me more opportunity for training and just meeting with my supervisors one on one.
Yeah, so the last question that I have for you is what would you say to your younger self, like your 13-year-old, your 10-year-old, whatever age you want to, now that you are graduated with a degree and in the working world?
Yeah, so I would say to myself that um, that I shouldn't don't be afraid to try new things. Take risk, opportunities to help you succeed in life. And just even though when I was 13, I didn't really know what my disability was. I would probably, now that I know mostly about what my disability is, I would explain to my younger self what it is and how to cope with it and process it. Yeah, but that's what I would do.
Yeah, and you had said at 13 you didn't fully understand what your disability was. And
Mhm.
I can say with myself too, I didn't really understand it. I mean, I've gotten into the fact that I have cerebral palsy, which is the most common disability in children. But there
Mhm.
are certain aspects of my life where I didn't understand what was going on until I was in high school and
Mhm.
like really paying attention to what my doctors were saying.
Right.
Well, Dan, thank you for coming on.
Mhm.
I Everyone, I hope you have enjoyed what you heard Dan say. And please do not hesitate to reach out if you have any questions. And just know that to everyone that has limitations, because I hate the word disability, honestly,
Mhm.
um, we're all in this together. Well, I will see you guys the next episode. Bye, guys. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 13th episode of Disability Discrimination Ban Starting Now. Disability Discrimination Ban Starting Now has been around for 5 months now, and I have really enjoyed doing this so y'all can learn about the world that I live in and all the other guests I have on. And today I am having my third Beacon professor that I had on. Now this woman, Dr. Nance, uh pushed pushed me in a good way. Was not an easy person, was the type of person that did not take any nonsense and pushed us to our biggest potential. Dr. Nance, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I have said you were a Beacon professor, but can you tell my audience a little bit more about you?
Yeah, I was a mental health counselor for 50 years. I retired my license a couple of years ago. And I've taught for more than 30 years. And I was teaching a graduate counseling class, and one of my former students there told me about Beacon College. And she said, "You should come and teach." And I said, "I'm not really looking for a job." And she said, "Well, just want somebody for summer." So I went in and taught a summer class, and I just liked it and stayed. So it's been 13 years now.
Well, I'm glad you have stayed because you were one of my all-time favorite professors that I've had. And I've had the same for all 4 years. But although in some of the classes, and we're gonna get into this, the material was hard, it was very interesting to learn about and made me work even harder on the assignments because these classes were so sad to learn about in a certain sense, but very interesting that I had never heard about most of the stuff that you covered. So, now that I know you had been at Beacon for 13 years, what is your favorite thing about being a professor that's kept you there?
No 2 days are the same, and there are always new things to learn. So I like that. probably it's challenging. It's a challenging thing. I get bored pretty easily, so this is a place I don't get bored.
Well, I also I get bored easily, but I never got bored when I was in college. So as you did mention, you were a mental health counselor for 50 years, I believe.
Yeah.
So there, as I mentioned right now, there were some classes that had heavy material that were hard for some students to learn about, like the eating disorders, like the mental health disorders. How did you go about creating the lessons for the students to understand, but isn't triggered by one thing that you're showing us?
There's no guarantee that people won't be triggered. And in fact, even in my syllabus, I have a statement about how to handle triggers. If you're in a psychology class or human services class, and most people that were in those classes were in the program, there's a pretty good chance you're going to work someplace where you get triggered. So it wasn't a matter of trying to avoid triggers, but to try to help people to recognize what's triggering and recognize what they need to do when they get triggered.
So I know at first you had said that you weren't interested in being a professor when a student first told you about Beacon. But as you were teaching that summer course, what got you to like, okay, I want to be a professor at Beacon?
Yeah, I had worked with mostly, I want to say, older learners, because in graduate school, people are already working. And I had taught also in community colleges, so I had worked with younger undergraduates as well. The first class at Beacon was a general psychology class, and it was a big class, a big summer class. So there probably were 20 students in it, and they were all different. Everybody had, and they were very supportive of each other and happy to show me what I didn't know. Because I told them I'm here, I'm a psychology teacher. I'm not coming in here as any kind of a specialist in neurodiversity. So you have to tell me what you need. And they were good about doing that. And I saw how resourceful people were. One time the electricity went out in the middle of a test and everybody just lit up their phones and kept taking the test. All right, I can work with this. There's no fuss, no fuss, and you can see there are people that you were very familiar with having to meet challenges. Some of the students were very forthcoming. So I had some good talkers in the class. I kind of represented the class for me. So I thought I just got interested. Yeah, you're a good talker.
And one thing I remember too is that with any of your classes, you did it by grade, but also a point system. And I was always so good about getting my assignments in on time that towards the end of the semester, I would get, you have surpassed the amount of points that you need for the class. And I was like, and it's kudos to you because you make it interesting. It's like the more interesting, the more intriguing the class is, you could say, the more you want to actually do the work.
Yeah, I owe anything that's interesting, I owe to the people I saw over the 50 years that I was a mental health counselor, because I think what I get the most feedback about is that it was interesting because a lot of the examples were about real people. So I could, kind of hook that into real life. The other thing is I always want to hook it into real life for the students. What does this mean to you? Who do you know that you may have judged about something, and actually this other thing would account better for their behaviors. So I always wanted to make that connection. And I like to have fun in class. I say at the beginning of most of my classes, especially if it's new students, I'm having fun whether you are or not. So you decide whether you also want to have fun. Because you have to have that lighthearted corner of no matter how serious the topic is, you can't let that take away your well-being and your sense of humor. So, and then that's how we cope at work too. Again, it's just like the triggers on the job. If you can't laugh at things that are tragic, if you can't find that one funny thing that happens, you'll burn out really fast. So then you've got 4 years of education. If you burn out in 2, you really didn't get your bang for your buck. So I want to make sure people have some durability.
So I've talked to Mark Roberts, Dr. Marsden, and now, of course, you. And Mark and Dr. Marsden both said they have learned some things from students as they're teaching. What is the biggest thing that you have learned from a student?
I don't know if it's from a particular student, but I would say what I've learned from students a lot is how much they cover what isn't working for them. And if I don't go in and ask what's not working, a lot of students they're shameful and won't say, I'm not getting this. So that was probably, I learned that early on. They're not going to ask, I'm going to have to find it, which is real different from my other students. And I know that people think that people that have any kind of disability are needy, but the fact is the students in the general population, when I taught in community colleges and when I taught in graduate school, they were needier. They would like, oh, I've got kids and the dog ate the homework and but in Beacon is kind of the opposite. It's like people hiding anything that was a challenge. So we're kind of lifting the shame off there being challenges and just taking that is our norm. Is there going to be challenges? What are yours?
So Beacon has gained a lot of attention with being called one of the best schools for students with learning disabilities in the US. And of course, we see a lot of international students there now. Why do you think that Beacon has been called the best and we are getting international students?
I think why it's called the best, I honestly, part of the reason I stay in any job is I have to like it and like the organization and what it's about. And I thought even from maybe not the first term, because that was a summer, but when I taught the fall after, it seemed to me that administration took care of us so that we could take care of the students. So, if I called tech and said there's a problem in the classroom, they would drop everything because it's in the classroom, it's for the students, and they would get there and do that. That's just unheard of in other schools, to have that kind of prioritizing by the staff, the faculty, administration. So if I can get what I need to teach people, whether it was clickers when before we had other ways to do polling, whatever I would ask for, that would be for the benefit of the students. So that probably engaged me. Work culture is really important. It's something that I teach about too, because certainly you guys are out in the workforce, and to know where you're not going to fit because no matter what good job you do, it'll never fit into the culture. The culture here was very much service oriented, and they want to get the job done, and I want to get the job done. So very little conflict about anything. In the department I work in, the professors there, we're really a real tight group. We've done other projects together. Just find it enjoyable to work together. We're not really competitive. We're diverse. So all of those things, but for me to stay someplace 13 years, as a mental health counselor, I hadn't worked for anybody else besides myself for quite a long time. And I had some college contracts, but I could accept or reject them. I taught at many schools as an adjunct, but to take an actual full-time position, I had to really trust the organization itself, and I did. I still do.
That's very good, because Beacon is an amazing school, but also the students have who are in human services, who will have had one of the best, and I know I'm keeping on complimenting you, but one of the best professors that's door is always open. You answer emails in 0.5 seconds. Because there was one time I sent one, and then within a second later, I was already getting a response from you. I'm like, leave it to Dr. Nance to respond to emails right away. Now, are
I
there?
know sometimes you go ahead. I was going to say, I know sometimes students get stuck, and you might need an answer that is only going to take me 10 seconds to answer. Why should I keep you waiting for, until Monday when I can answer it right now and you can get your work done? It just makes sense to me. It doesn't really deprive me of anything to answer your email. I never thought I was so important that I couldn't look at my emails over the weekend.
Well, plus the quicker the professors answer the emails, the quicker you'll get the assignment turned in.
Right.
So it'll help you get starting to grade early. Are there any challenges with teaching students with any type of disability?
Any specific type? No, the challenge is blending them. If you have nothing but people with attention deficit disorder and take away every other thing, and you only have people with attention deficit disorder in the classroom, half of those are distracting the other half, and the other half can't do anything because they're distracted. So you have two opposite things that have to be accommodated, and that's the challenge. It's the same with the processing disorders. And we have people, again, you have ADHD people, but they really grab things really fast. A lot of them just grab things really fast, and they feel like they're sitting around waiting for somebody else to get the instructions. And I don't, my job is to make sure that some people can get started, and then if I need to go over instructions with others, I can. So we blend all of the different things going on with people, like within those classes, I'm also going to have people that have hearing problems, that have visual problems, that have ambulation problems, so to get that all kind of working together, sometimes I feel like I'm in the inside of an old pinball machine and I'm the ball, it's like having to attend to all these things, but that again, that's what keeps it interesting for me. That's what keeps me there. If at any point in time I go in and everybody gets everything right away, I think, well, it wasn't hard enough, So,
but let me make it harder for myself. So, of course, these next few I always ask with every interview that I do, because I find that they are important to hear from multiple people. But what do you think the world can learn from a student at Beacon?
Everybody has their own story, and that no two people are alike, and that a diagnosis isn't an identification, it's a classification. So, you can't see on an application form, I have, this is, something I need accommodated, and will think that you know a thing, because you don't know what that means to that person unless you know the person. The person is the person, no matter what the learning challenge is. So I think people really need to know that if they're hiring, they need to know that most accommodations cost companies less than $500, and some of them cost nothing. Those are the things that people need to know, that if you put any person with or without a learning difference in a position, some of them are going to do better in some positions than others because of what their preferences are, and and what their interests are. So a lot of things aren't specific, but if you separate that out and say, well, they need this, this, and this, because if you think you know somebody before you get to know them, then that's a problem.
Yeah, don't judge a book by its cover. So as I was researching starting this podcast in January, I had noticed there was little to no episodes or podcasts in general tackling the discrimination against people with limitations or disabilities. Why do you think there's a lack of conversation about it?
I think the lack of conversation is on both sides. That, the same thing that keeps students from telling me what they need or saying that they aren't getting it is half of it. The other half of it is that people who do hiring or make assignments for employees, that they haven't gotten all the information that they need, so they're going on a stereotype And also that, employers in general don't want anything that's going to hurt their bottom line. So if they think somebody's not going to be productive, then, that might be just their fantasy, but it'd be the thing that would keep them from hiring. And it is discrimination, based on stereotyping. So
And
it's to me, it's a real problem because of what a large part of the population has some kind of disability.
40 million Americans, I read, live with a disability. And so what would you say to someone that does not view or understands as a person with a disability as equal to them?
I guess it would depend on the context. If this was somebody that said to me, we had 3 applicants for our job, but one of them had this disability, and they were eliminated. Like, they looked better on paper than the other 2, but I was concerned about the disability. Then I'm going to do whatever I would do with anything else like that. So, like, what was your concern exactly, and what was that based on? And then if there's something to challenge in that, talk to them about, like, certainly there's enough information about people being successful on the job. And the other thing that I would tell them is, you already have employed people with disabilities. They haven't told you, and you haven't noticed. Because just like in the classroom, in community college, well, I've already taught people with learning issues because they haven't told me, and I haven't noticed because it hasn't interfered with their performance at all. They've already made their own accommodations.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite questions to ask everyone. What would you say to your younger self with you having the career that you have had now?
Be true to yourself. I don't know that I would do anything. Yeah, be true to yourself. I don't know that I would do anything different. My career wasn't, I worked for myself for a reason. Because I wanted things done a certain way. And anytime I worked for somebody else, I was like a workhorse. I mean, nobody like fired me or wanted me to go, but that didn't mean I liked the system that I was working in. So I would just do something about that. But I guess I'll tell you this, when I first started out, I was, this was a time that was very liberal. Everybody was in, jeans and t-shirts, and people just getting out of college. There were so many baby boomers getting out. It was very casual, and I worked in substance abuse, which was very casual. And somebody said to me, like, you're so smart. This was a board member that I was doing a presentation. You're so smart. You should like dress better and, clean up your language. And I thought, then that would be somebody else. That wouldn't be me. In my mind, I thought, no, whoever can accept me this way, the way I am, that's who gets me, because I knew I had a lot to give. And so I didn't change anything. And, was it a hassle sometimes? Well, yeah. But I didn't care, because to me, any hassle I did at that time was making it better for somebody ahead of me. So if there was discrimination for being a woman, if there was sexual harassment, I took all that on. I had no problem, going to equal opportunity. I used the systems that were in place. And I think I would just say, be true to yourself. And if I was true to myself, I was happy. And if I wasn't true to myself, or if I thought I couldn't work someplace and still be me, I left. So I guess I'd say, maybe I wouldn't say do it as abrasively as you do when you're in your 20s. And I think I've gotten a lot slicker over the 50 years and deliver that message, but the message is still the same. If you want the goods, then you get the rest of this. And if you're discriminating against that, then I'm probably working in a place where you're discriminating against other people.
Yeah, and I like how you don't take any nonsense from anyone. Like, I learned that in college, but also with you saying, if I face any of these issues, I take them head on. I don't piggyback the easy way out of that situation.
It only makes things worse. When things are ignored, they only get bigger and worse. And, I think a lot of that is, it's like part of my upbringing. My father was a union guy, and taking things on was he was very good at it. Uh, and he was a hard worker. Nobody wanted to lose him, so they tried to please him. And I think, I learned if you do a good job, if you bring something extra to the job, then when you have something to say, they don't want to lose you, then maybe they'll listen. So, sometimes my way of taking it head on was, and nobody's indispensable, but I think it's inconvenient to lose a good employee. So there's a lot of politicking, that goes on. And again, I got smoother over the years, but I don't know that I have any regrets. I don't think I do. I've been pretty successful and lived my life the way I want to, both. So I'm good.
I wouldn't think you would have any regrets because you're an amazing woman, you're an amazing professor, and I can't tell you how lucky I am, or all the students in the human services psychology program are in now, how we scored big having you as our professor. And
Thank you.
And
you're too kind to me.
Well, it's true. I like professors that make things fun. There were times where I knew we were learning a serious topic, but you kind of, in a way for me, created it in a way to where I could handle it. And not, of course, I would hope no students get triggered by what we learned, but how you did it really helped me sit through saying, okay, this is what this is what has to happen in order for it to get better or to be manageable. Good for you for being a counselor for 50 years. I'm very, very impressed with you, Dr. Nance. But thank you for coming on the podcast. I'm pretty sure everyone will enjoy hearing, or will have enjoyed hearing, what you had to say, because I want to bring on a lot of the professors that I have had. So not only they can hear from you guys, but then my some people that I talk to you guys about will understand why I talk so highly about Beacon and about the professors, because all of you are amazing.
I always feel I'm in the best company there.
Yes, yes, you are. And so thank you, everyone, for listening to the 13th episode of the podcast. And I will talk to you next week. Bye, guys. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 15th episode of Disability Discrimination Band Starting Now. I am your host, Lindsay, and today we are rejoined by one of my previous guests, Sam Shusko, who joined us as my very first interviewee of the podcast. Now, before Sam joins the show, we are reaching near the end of season 1. I know it's very sad that I'll be doing a season finale, but I want to have a lot of the episodes planned out for season 2. So we are at episode 15, and including this one, my season finale episode will be episode 20. Now, I filmed our season finale episode this past Tuesday, June 20th, and I am very excited for all of you to hear the guest that I had on, and more about the finale episode being posted will be updated soon. So all of you can go and listen to this person that I was very, very fortunate to get on the podcast. I was the most nervous interviewing him, but I can tell you guys he was one of the most funnest people to talk to. I hope to have them on again in the future of the podcast. Now that Sam is joining the show, we are going to talk about 10 myths surrounding around people who have disabilities or limitations. Welcome to the show, Sam.
Hi, Lindsay. Thanks again for having me. I'm so glad to be back on here. I very much enjoyed our last episode, so I very much appreciate you asking me to come back.
I am very, very happy you were able to come back. So this episode format, guys, will be a little different because I'll be reading the myths surrounding disabilities. And then Sam and I will be commentating on what we believe about it, because of course it is myths. And to quote where I'm getting the information from, I got this from Mark Wynn's consulting website. So if Mark Wynn's company listens to this podcast episode, thank you for putting this information on your website. Sam, this is the first one.
All right.
A person's disability defines who they are as a individual. I'm gonna first comment on that because when I read it, that's the one I got most fired up about it.
Okay.
You guys have heard me say in the last 15 episodes that just because we have disabilities, it doesn't define us, for goodness sakes. I mean, we are more than capable to do whatever we put our mind to. And if you guys really believe it, you are the dumbest people in the world. I am sorry for saying that, but in this podcast, I am going to be saying how I truly feel about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Someone, person's disability doesn't define who I am. I don't let my learning difference define me. Granted, I definitely, sometimes I struggle because of it, but I find ways to overcome those challenges, and I have still been able to be successful with my learning difference. So, I would just encourage you to not put a label, to not use that as a label for someone, because they are, people with any kind of disability are just as capable of doing things as someone without it. So I would, so I think my food for thought for this one is I would encourage us to not put labels on someone just because of something that they have no control over.
Yes. So the second one is, I agree with everything you're saying, Sam. I feel like with you and I and me and the season finale guests that we're having, or I'm having, we share the same terminology, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes, that makes sense. Absolutely, 100%.
And so just in case there are people listening that do not understand what I mean by terminology, I'm saying the definition in my view of terminology is we have the same beliefs. Like you've heard me say multiple times in this podcast, I want people who suffer from disabilities or limitations to know that they are not in this in this battle alone, basically, because you probably could call it a battle, Sam, wouldn't you think?
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, yeah, because I feel like, sometimes, yeah, honestly, yeah. Because sometimes people don't always, I'm trying to think of the best way of saying it, but yeah, you are right. Yeah. Because people, not everyone, at least in my experience, sometimes people without learning differences, they don't really know what it's like for someone with a learning difference. And I don't know if they mean to be judgmental or closed-minded, but I think a lot of it comes from being being uneducated about the facts about people with learning differences. And so I think when people don't know something, we just tend to assume things. And I also has to think it comes with the way that we're brought up too.
Yeah, and people can learn from people with disabilities.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
And
I think we can all learn from each other, not just when it comes to disabilities, but I think we can all learn from each other every day.
yeah, and real quick, people have heard me say, talk about the fact I have cerebral palsy in constant episodes. But like for me personally, there are times where I'll get like jealous of you, jealous of my parents, jealous of everyone that doesn't have cerebral palsy because they have full functioning both sides. Like they don't have paralysis. But in the same point, I also know that I have cerebral palsy for a reason and I have a voice for a reason. And I think my reason to have it is to prove people wrong and speak up and ask people who are listening to this podcast to listen.
Oh, I agree very much so. And Lindsay, I think you and I are a perfect example of how people with learning differences can be successful. I mean, hey, you and I both graduated. You were was it magna cum laude or summa cum laude?
Magnum cum laude.
Magna cum laude. And, you've been pretty successful, I would say, did very well in school. And I also have my bachelor's degree, and I'm currently working towards my master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. For those of you who saw my last episode I was in, you probably remember that. So I think, Lindsay, what you said was very well said, and I couldn't agree with you more.
I feel like at times I read your minds on what you're saying, on what you're thinking.
I think we both read each other's minds, just that good of a friendship. We just, we just know each other that well.
Okay, so number 2, people with disabilities are always sick and in constant pain.
I would say that is definitely not true. And I'm going to kind of use a similar example that Dr. Marsden used on her episode when she appeared. If someone were to say that to me, again, I'm going to kind of use Dr. Marsden's example, so I want to give her credit for this. I would probably also, more want to ask them why they seem to think that way. Why do you think that people with disabilities are always sick and in constant pain? Because that's, I can tell you I have ADHD, but I wouldn't say where does sickness come into play? Like, I don't even know if people are using the sickness in the right context. So like I said, I would just more want to ask someone why they think that way, and then just, simply just, tell them that, educate them on how that's not true. I mean, because it's not. I mean, you know that, Lindsay, we're not, I would say we're pretty happy and we're not sick and in pain all the time. So I'd be curious about where that mindset came from.
I agree with that. That's kind of my point too. But another question I would ask them is, how much education have you had?
That's also a good question to ask too. And and I'm going to bring, and I hope you don't mind, I'm going to bring therapy in this a little bit. If I had a client who kind of came in and was like that, I'm not here to judge them for that. But and that's why I was saying that, that's why I would want to just ask them to kind of really understand where their thought process is coming from too, because because I can tell you that myth is just not true. And so yeah, I would just want to, like I said, I know it sounds like a broken record, but I would just want to question, just kind of get more information about why they think that way, because that's actually, when you were sending me these, Lindsay, I had actually not heard about that myth before.
I honestly had never looked up any myths until yesterday because I knew there was a possibility we would be discriminated against, but I didn't know that there were myths surrounding disabilities.
I mean, I was aware of some, but some of the ones that you sent me, I was like, oh, I never heard that one before. But that's why, I'm happy that we're doing something like this where we can just, simply, I think educating people about this is really the way to go. Is because it's like I said earlier, I think a lot of it comes from people just simply, there's a lack of knowledge about people with learning differences, and so I think just educating is the way to go.
But I also, going back to the people with disabilities are always sick and in constant pain, with what you said about what Dr. Marsden said. I would also ask them, like, did anyone in your family educate you? And if y'all talked about disabilities, what were they saying?
Yeah, that's a good point too. Because when I was growing up, my parents always taught me, and my two siblings, my two brothers, to just be, to just not judge people for anything, to just, to just not, to accept people for who they are. So I also think a lot of how people are brought up does play a role too in people's mindset and thinking.
And if there are parents that have younger children, that are listening to this episode, I encourage you to just sit down and have a conversation with them. Of course, if they're young, you'll have to slowly but surely have that conversation. Because, like, a 2-year-old or a 5-year-old will probably not really understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think the sooner you start this conversation, if you don't have a person that suffers from a disability in your family, the better educated and the better they would have an understanding when they do see a disability.
I agree 100%. And something that I always even tell people too is, I'll tell like my friends, if you have, I'm pretty open, with people I know about my learning difference. And so I'm like, if you ever have any questions about my learning difference, or if there's anything you want to know about something I'm struggling with, just ask me. I'd much rather you ask me and I can answer it for you rather than, just make
you
assumptions.
assuming.
Yeah, like, yeah, and yeah, so that's why I tell people, I'm like, just if there's something about it that you want to know, that you're curious about, just ask me. I'm happy to, answer any questions you may have.
And everyone listening is invited to contact one of us. And
absolutely.
And Sam, if you're okay with it, I'm gonna share your social media profile so they can contact you directly if it's a question for you.
And I'm also happy to give out like my email address too.
This one is a little confusing to me. Hopefully you understand it a little better. People with disabilities are brave, courageous, and inspirational for living with their disabilities?
I guess I haven't heard this one either. Because when I saw this, I was like, what does that mean? But
Well, yes, I'll try and get started. If someone here listening understands the myth, if you don't mind like contacting me to help explain it a little better, I would greatly appreciate it. I think Sam and I both would. But
yes, please, definitely.
I think what it means is it's really dependent on the disability. I think
so,
that's
yeah.
more of a case by case. I mean, yes, some are like you and I are brave, are inspirational, and kick butt dealing with our disability. But some people don't feel that way.
And I think maybe. Go ahead.
Give me a sec. Because some people with disabilities feel ashamed of having them. They feel ashamed. And unfortunately, sometimes they don't feel brave. They don't feel like they're inspirational. And they don't feel like they're courageous. Because they might be feeling like they're a burden. And that makes me very, very sad to say. But just because Sam and I are calling, like, speaking about this, some people don't.
Right, yes, definitely. There are people that are, they kind of, maybe, and that could, they don't really want to talk about it, maybe because it's for the exact reasons that you were saying. They're ashamed. They may have been told they don't have the best support system. They may, like I said, they may have been told that they, maybe are worthless, or it's really unfortunate because, when you have people that just tell people, things like that, all it really does is just bring them down, and it really doesn't do anything to boost their confidence.
And if they don't have people that are boosting their confidence, then they're gonna be ashamed.
Exactly. Yeah. So having a good support system definitely helps for sure.
And if anyone with the disability that is listening, Sam and I are so proud of you. We know that it's not easy dealing with some disabilities. Well, all disabilities are probably not easy to deal with, but I am very proud of you. I applaud you. And I encourage you to not listen to what your support system is saying if they're saying bad things to you, because you are enough. And there are going to be people in this world that will want to learn from you. So don't be ashamed, be proud, and prove to other people that no matter what, you can do it.
Exactly.
One example I want to give real quick is many people have heard of this NFL player, but J.J. Watt, and he is married to Kealia Watt, and you may not notice this when you look at a picture of her, but she is legally blind in her left eye. She is legally blind. That did not let that define her, and is now a professional soccer player. If Kealia can do it, then you can too.
Exactly. Keep preaching, Lindsay. Keep preaching.
I'm
But
sorry.
yeah,
I'm
no, you're fine.
taking a lot of the times, but as you're talking, I think of other points to make.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. But no, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, just have courage. Quoting the Celine Dion song there, um, and just believe in yourself. Because you can do
You're here.
it. Yes, don't mind us. We love to sing.
I'm
Um,
sorry. I now that
no,
I
you're good.
now that I feel like very comfortable interviewing now,
Mhm.
people are gonna start seeing my other side where I'm funny, where I'm more open. But I can
Nice.
tell you guys, and Sam, I told you this before we started recording. The season finale person, I was so nervous to interview, but that's because I'm gonna just tell you what probably profession he's in. He's an athlete. And it's not he's my first, or they are my first athlete on there. And I don't get that every day. So if you notice nervousness in my voice, just bear with me in that episode.
You're doing great, Lindsay. You're doing great.
Okay. People with disabilities are special and should be treated differently. No, no,
Oh,
no, 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 no. We
I've
are,
heard that one before.
I feel like we've heard almost all of these before.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is
I
probably the one that I probably heard more often.
I don't get why people who don't deal with what you and I do, Sam, or the 40 million people in America that lives with the disability, why they think we're special. Just because we have a limitation doesn't mean we can't do what you're doing. We just need a different way of going about it. Like
You really
I could not play baseball or softball just because of my right arm. I know people are gonna say, yes, you can, but I would need a special coach to come and help show me ways
hmm
on.
But hey, we all have our own set of strengths. We all may not be good at the same thing, but we all have some strengths inside us, and so I don't want us to lose sight of that because I think we all sometimes we get this mindset of, oh, we have to be good at this, or or we shouldn't be good at this, or all these things. But just know that we all have our own set of strengths. And so for anyone listening that does have a learning difference or any kind of disability, please know that you do have some strengths on you. I may not meet you, but I know there are things in this life that you are good at, and you should be proud of those. And
And
nobody's perfect.
no, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I gotta work.
So, just be proud of who you are. I know I said this last episode too, but some things I'm just gonna keep saying it. Just be proud of who you are, and don't let your learning difference define who you are.
Yes. And so disability is a personal tragedy and deserves our pity. This really makes me angry, so I'm gonna let you go first.
Um, I would want to be like, where is that mindset coming from? Like, why is this a tragedy? I mean, granted, it's not easy having a learning difference, but I wouldn't necessarily define it as a tragedy. I mean, it's not like anyone died or anything. So, I mean, so this one is definitely, I would disagree with this one for sure, because because it's not a tragedy. I mean, sometimes it's like Lindsay said, it's not that we can't do it, just sometimes we need things explained to us in a different way, and it might just take us a little longer. Hope that makes sense.
I'm gonna mirror what you just said, because just because there's a limitation, I mean, I view it as a tragedy as a serious event happened where a lot of people were injured or
Mhm.
they sadly pass away.
That's why I
That
said it's not like anyone died or anything. That's why I said that comment.
it's not, and we don't deserve your pity. We deserve your help if we need help.
Your help and support.
And this is the one episode where all of you are going to see me fired up. Because there are some things that are wrong. And if you're thinking that, then you need to learn the mindset to learn. Now, there are some families that are probably willing to open up. And I'm encouraging everyone this. Next time you see someone have an issue doing something because they probably have a disability, maybe stay quiet and not make a discriminatory comment. Go ask if they need help, or just ask them, I see you have a disability. If you feel comfortable explaining it to me, do you mind telling me what it is? Because I want to learn. If people with limitations know you're willing to learn and you don't make a comment that's gonna make them mad, then they might be willing to open up and tell you, but don't be offended if they don't. Because having a disability or a limitation is sometimes hard to deal with. And
It can be. Yeah.
they don't want to get judged for what they have.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
be open to learn, but don't get mad if the person is not willing to open up at that time.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it just takes people like Lindsay and I were pretty open, as you probably know, at this point. But, but it's like she said, not everyone is going to be very open about it. And so just be respectful and just be patient with them, because, just, yeah, be patient with them, because it's not easy. It may not have always been easy for them. So, just be there for them. Ask them if there's anything that you can do to help. That's something that I've learned in my counseling classes too. When it comes to clients, it's okay to ask a client, well, what can I do to best help you? So
Yeah.
that's just a good question to ask in general, especially if you're not sure. And if you don't know, that's okay. That's why you just simply ask. That's why I said, that's why I tell people, if there's anything you want to know about it, just ask me.
The next one is people with disabilities are dependent and always need help.
No.
No, really no. I am the type of person where I try to be as independent as I can, because I have the mindset of there's two things I can do. I can either make you feel bad for myself dealing with what I deal with and constantly ask you for help, or I can prove you guys wrong that with what I'm dealing with, and I've only shared a few of it so far, I can go out in the world and prove you wrong and only ask help if I'm really, really frustrated.
Yeah, that's my experience is kind of similar. I don't want to like feel bad for me. I want them to be supportive of me, but I don't want them to like think that, oh, you know what I mean, to like really like feel. I hope that makes sense of what I'm saying. Like really
Yeah.
feel bad for me because I want someone to know that yes, I have a learning difference, and so sometimes if I'm a little bit slow at times, or if it takes me a little bit longer, that is a contributing factor. So I always like to kind of give some explanation, not an excuse, of course. But I'm not asking you to feel bad for me. I'm just asking you to just, and I'm not saying that we never need help. Of course we need help at times, but we don't always need help. But we definitely, we just ask that you just be there for us like anybody and, help us out if we need it. Just have your help and support.
That's very, very, very true. People with disabilities want to associate with each other. Are you guys really being serious right now? Like, really? You think that the only friends I want to have is people that have disabilities? It's not. We try to associate with peers that don't deal with what we do, that don't necessarily understand, you could say. But we like to associate ourselves with some people who have a disability because they understand what we're going through, even if we have two different things. I always, with particular friends, like some that aren't from Beacon that I met there, I like talking to people about what I deal with that understand. And some of my friends actually don't. And yes, I'm kind of in my own little shell at times. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna have friends that are willing to help, that don't deal with what I deal with, but they learn from me. They learn from me and they learn from Sam.
Exactly. And yeah, I have friends in my grad program that don't have learning differences. So I mean, yeah, I have a big variety of friends too, and I'm fine with that. And they all my friends at my grad program, I would say for the most I would say most of them know that I have a learning difference, and none of them have judged me for it. So they're all pretty understanding about that. So that's always good.
And they probably ask questions too.
Oh yeah, they've asked me questions about it, and I've answered them. I don't have an issue with that. I'd rather them ask me questions and then know the truth rather than make assumptions. And they even tell me, they're like, I don't want to just assume. They'll sometimes be like, this might seem like a dumb question, but I didn't want to assume. And I'm like, that's okay, just ask it anyway. I'd much rather you ask it.
Y'all, some people with disabilities are willing to open, just like me. So if there's ever any questions that you have, contact me because I will explain so you understand probably what I'm talking about and what terminology I'm using.
And you're also happy to contact me too. Sorry to cut you off.
Because sometimes I feel that some people might not understand the terminology. And I am more than willingly, and Sam is too, to talk to you.
Absolutely.
To talk
Yeah.
to you so you have an understanding. So if you sorry, give me a quick sec. If you associate yourself with another person with cerebral palsy, then you have a general understanding, but also in the same sense of cerebral palsy, it comes in different ways. And I might be getting into that in a future episode. But just because any disability presents itself in a different way, if that happens, you can learn. You can ask questions. And Sam and I would love to talk to you so you have more of an understanding about disabilities and why I'm fighting for equal rights for people with any type of disability.
Oh, absolutely. And Lindsay, if we end up getting a lot of questions, we could even do a follow-up episode for Q&A as like a Q&A session where we can answer all the questions.
Oh, I have an idea that we could have like a panel episode where we have experts come in.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
Explain it.
Dr. Marston maybe could be a panel expert.
Yes. I'm sorry we keep going off topic, y'all. That's just how our friendship is.
And that happens, and that's also something that happens with someone with ADHD too. That is a symptom of ADHD. They get distracted easily. So I try to, work on that, try to get myself back on task.
Okay. People are confined to their wheelchair.
Oh no.
Really? Really? Like that's my only comment. Really?
My thing about this, not everything has a wheelchair. And you may have noticed this, Lindsay, that I typically use the term learning difference rather than disability. And the reason for that is when I think of disability, I think of it as in you cannot do something. Like if you're on a wheelchair, it's probably because you cannot walk. But people that have like ADHD or even cerebral palsy are capable of doing things. And so I think that's why I use the term learning difference. It's rather than disability, because we are still capable. We can still learn. It's just that we tend to learn a little bit differently, and it might just take us a little bit longer, but we can still learn. I mean, hey, we both have bachelor's degrees, so clearly that shows that we are both, we are capable of learning.
And I always say use whatever term you want to for disability. That's why you hear me say it in almost every single episode. People with disabilities are a one-dimensional group. Okay, I'm saying this word again. Really? We are not a one-dimensional group. There are many types of learning differences or disabilities. So no, just because we have a disability does not make us a one-dimensional group. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
Very, very well said. I wouldn't say that's true about me. I don't think. Yeah, I actually hadn't heard about that before. But yeah, I don't really know where that term one-dimensional group came from. Like, yeah, so I'm gonna have to just say that is not true. I mean, never heard that one before. Not gonna lie.
People with disabilities cannot lead a full and productive life.
Not true.
Really? Like, really? I know I'm raising my voice, but guys, I am in my 20s. I was told that I was not able to go to college and get a 4-year degree. Now, I am from Texas, so you'll understand why I'm saying this restaurant. My parents were told that the best I could do in life was work at Whataburger for minimum wage. and you've heard me say this in multiple episodes.
I
For
have, yeah.
6 years after that information was told to my parents, I have graduated with a 4-year degree from a 4-year college.
The accredited college.
I graduated with a 3.66 GPA, and guys, I graduated magna cum laude, which is a very, it means you focused on your studies and you're getting recognized by getting that. But you can live a full and productive life. Don't ever think that.
Exactly. And I also graduated magna cum laude a year after Lindsay. With 3, I think my GPA was like 3.6 or 3.7, somewhere up there. And like I've said before, now I am in grad school, working towards my master's in clinical mental health counseling. So, yeah. So and it's like I've said earlier, don't ever let people tell you can't do something. If you want to do something, go for it. I believe in you. Lindsay believes in you.
I believe in you too.
So just
our families believe in you.
Exactly. And surround yourself with people who do respect you, who are going to be supportive of you, and are going to be there for you, because those are the kind of people that, and that will help. And I know from my experience, and Lindsay probably can vouch for this too, that having a good support system definitely helps.
Yes. Well, guys, the reason Sam and I wanted to talk about myths surrounding with disabilities is because if a person with a disability is listening, we want to show you that you can advocate for yourself and you can defend yourself, although you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to, and if you're having to defend yourself, I would like to say, and I know Sam would too, I am so sorry you're having to do that.
Yes, I'm sorry too for you if you're dealing with that kind of thing.
Because having a learning difference, a limitation, or a disability, whatever word you use, is not in your control. And if that person is still not believing you, then I invite you to say, well, why don't you listen to the podcast Disability Discrimination Band starting now? Because
invite them to hit us up and ask us any questions too.
Now, because I will start defending you. And then these people will feel stupid for not believing in you in the first place. We also wanted to do this because we want to educate the people that don't deal with this about the myths surrounding any type of disability or whatever word you use. My hope is now that everyone is educated and try to end disability discrimination. And I can promise you guys, this podcast will stay around until that day has come. Sam, thank you for coming back on the show.
Thank you again for having me, and I hope that in the future that you'll ask me, I'm sure you will, to be part of another episode.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you.
You'll be back. You'll be back again, soon.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Yes, I will be back in a future episode with another former guest of Lindsay's.
Well, Thank you for listening in, and I will talk to you guys in episode 16. Bye,
Bye, y'all. I
guys.
believe in y'all.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 16th episode of Disability Discrimination Band Starting Now. I am your host, Lindsay, and today I am having another one of my college friends on the podcast. Her name is Samantha Diamond, and she will be talking about with us is how dance movement therapy help people with learning disabilities. Welcome to the show, Samantha.
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm happy to be here.
So I gave a little introduction to you, but do you mind telling our listeners a little bit more about you?
Sure. So, I'm Samantha Diamond. I live in Massachusetts. One of the things about me is that I'm a caring, loving person. I am
One of the hardest working people too.
one of the hardest working people too. and I'm very flexible. I'm a little outgoing. Very I'm very happy to be here, and yeah.
Yeah, so guys, this has been the first time I've seen Samantha on video in a very long time. So I'm very excited for you guys to hear from her. And are you comfortable talking about the second question?
which
I
is
sent you?
which is about the talking about
If
disability.
if you are comfortable to, do you mind sharing a bit about your disability?
Normally, I don't talk about my disability that much, but like when I was young, I was diagnosed with autism, and that was when I was like born. But I don't really like to talk about my disability that much because of um because of other people judge me. But my disability doesn't define who I am.
Yeah.
Even though I have some learning challenges, I don't like to say the word disability because of
You could say limitations too.
or
So
limitations.
both words.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that much. And if any of you guys are interested in learning about what autism is, then please reach out for me or use our best quote unquote best friends Google and and they'll be able to explain it more. So, what made you want to talk about this topic?
So what made me want to talk about this topic is that I've been dancing since I was 4 years old, and dance has been an outlet for me. And I also love helping people, so why not combine the two? And that's what brought me into this idea today.
What do you do in dance movement therapy? Because it sounds cool. I never heard of it before.
So right now I'm in grad school in clinical mental health counseling with a specialization in dance movement therapy at Leslie University, and I'm still trying to figure out what dance movement therapy is in my education. So like I'm trying to dive deeper through like my perspective of what it is. So dance movement therapy is the focus of like your body and your physical and mental health around like your self-esteem, body positivity, and self-awareness to make sure that you like cope with these strategies in a healthy way.
That do you actually physically dance?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds fun. Maybe I need to start getting into dancing. So I used to be good, but I need to refreshen up my skills. And so as I mentioned, we attended college together. What
Yes.
is your favorite memory from Beacon?
My favorite memory of Beacon would have to be like when we take human services and psychology classes together, and we were doing a capstone project together. Remember that capstone project with Perone that we did? That was fun.
Do you remember our topic? I know we did it about Beacon, but I've had people ask me and I completely forgot.
I actually forgot about it too.
Maybe I'll reach out to Dr. Perone. So everyone, if you're wondering what we were referring to about a capstone project, after 4 years of taking human services and psychology classes, we had to take a capstone class. And one of the assignments that our professor, Dr. Perone, made us do was like any issues or suggestions that that we think we should give any certain topic. And all of us, he said we were the very first class of his to make presentations to suggest to Beacon what we feel like needs to happen. Not only did we have administrative classes, administrative employees come in and listen. The next week after we all finished giving our presentations, they were already talking about what we were mentioning to them. Yeah. So I had another question for you. Sure.
Okay.
I might add another one. But so what made you want to start dance movement therapy?
Like I said, I've been dancing since I was 4, and I just love it. And it's a beautiful art form which people can be free to express themselves in a positive way. And by focusing on that, it's amazes me.
Yeah, do you, when you're dancing, do you get in that quote unquote state where you forget about everything else and just focus on dancing?
Well, for me, I just like focus on dancing, and if I forget some steps, I can just do a little improv.
Oh
of
no,
it.
what I mean by do you forget everything, not the movement, because you have one of the best memories I have ever seen. I'm meaning like, oh, you need to go to the grocery store today. You need to do this and focus on this. when you're dancing. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Do you block out the rest of the world while you're dancing, basically?
It really depends on what exactly I'm doing. And that's like an interesting question because I'm still trying to like figure out what I should block out and what should I not block out, but it really depends on the situation.
Yeah, and so as you mentioned, dance movement therapy can help with learning disabilities.
It could,
How
yeah.
how has it helped yours?
So what it helps me is that like I want like what helps me is that like dance has been an outlet for me. It's a um type it's a that's an interesting question. um so basically with dance movement
You
therapy
you
helps
can
me.
take your time, Samantha. If you need to think about it first,
Okay.
then
A little nervous. This is my first
oh
time.
no, it's take your time. I'll speak to these listeners while you think if you need that for a few minutes.
Okay.
So I know I have been getting into Beacon a whole lot within these last few episodes, but I really have to compliment Beacon. Like I really, really do. Because they're and I'm pretty sure Samantha, you've been told this too, that we're not smart enough to do anything, and all we'll be able to do is work at Chick-fil-A for minimum wage. But you and everyone with a disability who goes to college, and you, Samantha, you're proving them wrong because we are capable of doing anything. But you just need to open your mind to learning, and Beacon really believes in every student with any type of disability. So if you're looking for a school that really wants to help you in any way, and whether or you want them to teach you in a way that you can understand, they will do that. And I can promise you they are amazing. And if you have any questions, then please do not hesitate to reach out, because I would love to talk to you about Beacon. And that's no joke. And Samantha, I know you would say the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. Because Beacon's no joke, and like it's hard for for people to get into like a school where like
They have a good
they have a
disability program.
disability. Yeah.
So I'm gonna get back to the question real quick that we were is how has dance therapy movement helped your disability?
Well, dance movement, like I said, dance movement therapy helps me with my learning my disability because I can like just be myself and without any judgment. It's a better way to like express what I'm feeling, how I'm feeling, what I'm feeling, and it's just a great outlet for me.
That's a very good answer, Samantha. With what I just heard you say, you said in a way dance therapy is your escape.
Correct.
Did I say that correctly?
I think so.
Okay.
Um,
So, as you've heard me say this in every single episode, that the next few questions I always ask my guest, because I feel that it's important for all the listeners to really listen in on these questions, is why do you think there isn't more of a conversation about discrimination against people with disabilities?
because people who don't have a learning disability, they judge people who do have a learning disability. Like they people with learning disabilities, they feel sensitive and they're afraid of being judged and insecure. And that's why like we need to be protected, and
And
especially
we're not gonna get that protection if we don't speak out.
exactly.
I'm sorry I interrupted you.
It's okay, no worries.
I think if there's no education, it's not going to change. And I really want to stress to people who have learning disabilities or any type of disabilities, if you would like to be on this podcast, this is a safe space for you. This is a space where you won't get judged by anyone. And I will not tolerate anyone that either discriminates or judges a person with a limitation, because they're being nice enough, they're being strong enough to appear. And if you're not going to listen to what Samantha and I are saying, or all my past guests and future guests are saying, then please don't listen to this podcast. You are wasting your time listening to me advocating if you're not gonna make a change into how you're thinking and how you're treating people like Samantha and I. And like I said in our previous episode, I will say things how it is to me. So I'm sorry if you get offended. I'm just fired up about this topic.
It's okay.
What do you think the world can learn from people with either learning disabilities or limitations?
I think that even if you have these learning challenges and limitations, you can always still work your way up and figure out what you want to do in life.
Yeah. And speak up if you feel like you need to speak up. And last question, what would you say to your younger self?
I would say take things one step at a time and always be yourself, and make sure that never give up on yourself and be the person that you want to be.
That's very great advice. So before the episode ends, would you like to say anything else to the people that are listening?
Sure. I would like to say that it's great to take things one step at a time, and try not to rush things, because at the end of the day, if you rush things, then you're gonna be overworked. And try to stay true to yourself and take care of your body and yourself, and make sure that you get the help that you need.
Very well said, Samantha. And I want to say thank you, Samantha, for coming on the podcast. I really enjoyed talking to you. And to everyone. I hope you loved listening to this episode. Now there are so this is episode 16 and my season finale will be episode 20. So I look forward to talking to you guys in these upcoming videos before I take a break to plan season 2. Well, thank you for joining again, and bye guys.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 20th episode of Disability Discrimination Starting Now. So we have reached the final episode of season 1. I have really enjoyed creating every episode that all of you have heard, but I will not be gone long, because all I'll be doing is planning season 2's episode. For our final interview episodes, I have an athlete who plays for a team that you may or may have not heard of, but I can tell you, if you watch one TikTok or watch a game of this team, you'll go bananas for the Savannah Bananas. So the player I'll be talking to today is number 41, Vinny DeRubius. Welcome to the show, Vinny.
Thank you for having me, Lindsay. Happy to be here.
Did I say your last name right?
You crushed it.
Okay. So I kind of gave more of an introduction to the team.
Mm-hmm.
But can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I grew up in Trumbull, Connecticut, born and raised, and I always had the dream of playing professional baseball. I played through high school, through college, and I always had a very supportive family, bunch of friends that were very supportive of me. And as soon as I was getting to the end of my college career, I suffered a pretty severe injury that put my dreams of playing professional baseball in jeopardy for a little while. And that's my introduction.
Yeah, and I did watch a little video of you talking about it on another podcast on YouTube. I forgot the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
But you had mentioned that your coach at your second college had approached you about the Savannah Bananas, and you said you had a little hesitation.
I did because I had seen the TikToks of the Savannah Bananas before I got here and heard about what they do. And at that point, I looked at myself strictly as a baseball player. And I was like, I don't know if I could do all these dances and all these antics, for lack of a better term. But it was really the only opportunity that I had. And now that I'm here, it's the best decision I ever made in my life. But it was a cool experience because my coach had really, he didn't push me, but he kind of convinced me to give it a shot and see what happens.
Well,
so I'm grateful for him.
Good job to that coach.
Yes.
So for anyone that has never heard of the Savannah Bananas, do you mind explaining the team to everyone?
Sure. So the most simple way to put it is we're similar to the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. That meaning you'll see trick plays, you'll see some fun antics throughout the game. But the difference between us and the Harlem Globetrotters is that our games are not scripted. We have our scripted run celebrations and different dances in between innings and things, but it is a real baseball game within the 9 rules of banana ball, which are all made to make the game faster as well as more interesting. That way we have a 2-hour time limit, for example. So when all the fans show up at 7, everybody's in their seat at 7 o'clock, the game starts, the game's over by 9, whether, we make it through 9 innings or not, which we normally do. But the entire 2 hours, every fan in the stands is locked in on the game. Nobody leaves the game early. Even we've had rain delays, where it came pouring down, where people would go into the concourse and go under the cover and wait for an hour to an hour and a half just to watch the game get played, and nobody would leave. And that's what I think is very special about the Savannah Bananas, is we also pride ourselves on the fan interaction. So like that fan, like when you go to an MLB game, there's that player and fan barrier where, like, if you get to talk to a player for a second, it's like the biggest deal ever. Whereas when you come to a Savannah Bananas game, there's a good chance throughout the game there's players running through the crowd, signing things, talking, dancing, and then after the game you get to meet all of us. So it's a very different experience than any other sporting event you've ever been to.
They look so much fun. I always look at the crowd when I'm watching the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so fun watching y'all on the TV, but I can imagine it's much more fun when you're actually at the game. And I've actually been to a few MLB games.
Yeah.
And I've been to the Astros, the Royals, the Red Sox, and the Rockies, out of the ones I could think at the top of my head. And once I discovered the Bananas, I started thinking about that experience. It was like, oh, this is a different environment than the serious MLB games. You have no idea what's going on.
No, there's a lot going on at all times.
Yeah.
But it is an awesome experience.
So, as many Bananas fans have seen, a few months ago you posted, and then the Bananas reposted the video of you explaining your disability or limitation, whichever word you like to use. Why do you want to basically get vulnerable and open to talk about your disability, given that we don't see this type of conversation every single day?
So it goes back a little while. There's a little backstory to it. So like I said, I always wanted to play professional baseball. And when I was a kid, my mom would ask me, why do you want to play professional baseball? And I would say, I want to hit home runs. I want to be the best. I want to win a World Series, which is all good. But then as I got to high school and got a little bit older, my mom would ask me, why do you want to play professional baseball? And like that question got a little bit harder. And then in college, my mom asked me again, why do you want to play professional baseball? And I was like, it gives me a platform to have an influence on somebody. But at the time, before my injury, I didn't know what if I had that platform, I didn't know what I would do with it. And I believe everything happens for a reason. Now, when I got hit and ended up losing sight in my left eye, yeah, it was a pretty scary thing that happened, and it was a big adjustment in my life. But at that point, I realized now why I want to play professional baseball. And through hard work, through, overcoming mental, emotional, physical battles over the last 2 years, I'm now playing professional baseball, and I have the best stage possible to share my story and hopefully influence others who have some kind of disability or disadvantage, limitation, whatever word you want to use, to not let it limit you and, still continue to push and reach your full potential and chase whatever dream it is that you have.
Was it hard adjusting to life with your disability?
So At first, it was difficult, because obviously I was so used to having full vision, and then my peripheral and my depth perception was thrown off when I first, lost sight. But because I had lost total sight, like I can't see a thing out of my left eye. I think it kind of sped up the adjustment process because my mind and my body didn't even try, and it had to stop trying to look out of my left eye. So within a month, maybe 2 months, I would say, I was pretty much fully adjusted to normal day-to-day activities. Like driving, I was able to, do any normal day activities. So that was a big relief for me. But when it came to playing baseball, it took a little bit longer and a lot more, repetitions and practice. But as soon as I was out of the hospital, when I had my surgery that first night I was hit, I knew I wanted to try and play professional baseball still. So I called up my batting coach and I said, "Coach, meet me at the batting cages." And he's like, "Vin, you're probably not supposed to do that. Like, you just got out of surgery." And I was like, just meet me there, please. So he met me there and he flipped me 5 balls, like he would in batting practice. And I took my swing to see if I could, figure it out. And the first 5 went straight to the back of the net. And from that point forward, I just knew that I was going to find a way to play again.
I have to say, Vinny, I'm very impressed with you because until I saw the video about your injury, I could not tell there was any injury at all. And I hope everyone that's listening that has either an eye issue or any limitation, that they know, okay, Vinny DeRubius had the determination to continue to pursue baseball. They can do it too.
Absolutely.
So, as I mentioned earlier, this conversation isn't really talked about at all. Why do you think that is? And why do you think people are so scared to do it?
The conversation of like not talking about your
like the conversation about like protecting more people with disabilities, because all of us do have the fear that we will get discriminated against. Why do you think people aren't advocating for more protection than the ADA?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure, because it's interesting you bring that up, because before you reached out to me, I hadn't heard anything about it. And I had, had this injury a year ago, and I think without even really knowing it, that's kind of what I want to do, is bring awareness to that. And I also believe that at the same time, as somebody with a limitation, I believe it's still your job or my job to, work as hard as I can to
bring awareness.
Bring awareness and, inspire those around me to do the same. And that's what's beautiful about this podcast.
Yeah, I started this in January, and one thing you really have to do if you want to do a podcast, it's like a full-time job, honestly. Yeah. Like even during the games, I would be working on something. Mm-hmm. And you really got to do your research to make sure you don't do an obvious or a repeated topic. And I did research about this. There was only like 3 or 4, but they weren't tackling with what I wanted to do. So right. I took the idea and I'm running with it.
And it's a great thing.
And so I saw some of your teammates' responses on that video that I keep mentioning.
Hmm.
What has been the team's response and the fans' response to you opening up?
So, believe it or not, I was thinking about making that video as soon as I found out about being on the Bananas. And it took me a couple of months to actually finally do it. But with the help of, because one, I wasn't super big on social media before I got here. And two, I wasn't sure how to go about it and what I wanted to say. Of course, everything that goes into making a video. And that hesitation caused me to, procrastinate. So finally, I had shared my ideas with a couple of my teammates, and when I saw their reaction and their support, they helped me, gave me some guidance as to how to go about it, in terms of how long should it be, how to format it and things like that. They really gave me a good push and a lot of support in making it. And like when I told them that it was done and I was ready to put it out, like they were, it seemed like they were more excited than me to put it out. And that made things super easy and super comfortable to do. And I couldn't be more grateful than that. And the fans' response to it, if they've seen the video, everybody's been super supportive. Like, thank you for sharing. We love your story. And if they haven't, I wear the eye patch during the game, and it's almost like
I like that eye patch.
I thank you. I like it too. It's really come to grow on me. But like, if somebody hasn't heard my story, I wear the eye patch so they can. It's more of a talking point. So somebody could say, "Hey, what's the eye patch about?" And then that gives me kind of the floor to explain my story to them.
I thought when I first saw you and I saw the eye patch, I thought you were dressing like a pirate or
I
something.
know. A lot of people. I also get that a lot. Hey, look, it's the pirate.
Well, he's a yellow pirate.
Exactly.
If there's someone listening that is dealing with the same thing you are or any type of disability, what is there anything like advice you would want to give them to encourage them to follow their dreams?
Absolutely. So this is to anybody, literally whatever it may be that you're going through. There are a lot of things in life that you can't control. And when you try and control things that you can't, that you don't have control over, that is when you become unhappy and frustrated and whatever word you want to use. So the biggest thing I can say is really take a look at your life and understand what you can and can't control, and take those things that you can control, such as your attitude, your work ethic, the way you talk to people, and that kind of thing, and the way you react to people, and really take full control of that. Because when you can master those things, that's when you create your own life. Life isn't happening to you. You are, reacting and responding in the way that you should be. So, and then once you master that, you just look at whatever goal it is, whatever dream you have, and create a step-by-step plan of how to get there. And you do everything you can to achieve those goals. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be an up and down road the entire way, but you have to have the bad times to enjoy the good times. So when you're going through it, I want you to remember that and just continue on.
That's great advice. So what do you think the world, and these last few questions I always ask on every episode, but what do you think the world can learn from people who have limitations?
I believe that people, the majority of the world, can learn that they have a lot to be grateful for, and we do as well. I'm not saying that we don't, because we absolutely do. But I don't want to say they can use us, but also realize that, you know, for example, I can only speak on my experiences and stuff, but like someone who has two eyes, you know, I can look at them and not like I don't, but I very well could say, man, I wish I could have two eyes. And, you know, they could be complaining about something. And, you know, sometimes it'd be great for them to take a step back and realize, look, I'm blessed. And, you know, this person has suffered. And I can, you know, maybe it gives them peace and gives them a little bit of perspective on things. But also that goes for us too. I don't like to think of myself as any different than anybody else. To be honest with you, I live my life just like I would if I, you know, had both eyes.
Yeah, and I think too, I've said this multiple times on the podcast, but one of the things I have is cerebral palsy. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Which, for anyone who doesn't, it means my right side is paralyzed due to a severe brain injury that I had. But I think people can also learn that despite our limitations, we can do it. Like, we can do everything. And I gave the story on a few episodes, but when I was in high school, I did a certain test. I'm not really sure. I forgot what it was, but the person that gave me the test told my parents that I would not be able to attend college and that the best I could do is work at Chick-fil-A for minimum wage. And I love Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A is phenomenal.
And I didn't really understand my disability till I was in college, because what I deal with is primarily what adults do. And I ended up going to college. I graduated with a 4-year degree with a 3.66 GPA, magna cum laude. And I really want to shove that degree in that person's face.
Absolutely.
You doubted me, but I did it, lady.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And what would you say to your younger self?
To be honest, I would say we did it.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
I like that. Well, thank you for coming on the show, Vinny.
Thank you for.
I hope that all the listeners have enjoyed season 1 and hearing Vinny talk and all the 20 episodes. And I will see you for the season 2 premiere real soon. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.